fireworks are scheduled to go off at Camden Yards tomorrow night. But don't tell the Orioles hitters that. 7 home runs in the past 2 games against Texas have led to a couple of big wins for the Birds. Now tonight, Chris Tillman takes the mound. He's hoping to get the same run support. But if he pitches the way he has as of late, he won't need all that much. The Birds go for 3 in a row in the series. Up next on Masson. It's the Orioles on Masson on a sweltering hot summer night downtown. It's the Orioles and the Texas Rangers. Tonight it's Game 3 in this 4-game series. And hi, everyone. I'm Jim Hunter. Jim Palmer in a moment. Now, the Orioles' bats in the first 2 games in the series have really come alive. And what is encouraging is the balance. The Orioles as a team do not have to rely on one specific part of the lineup to produce. In fact, they're not only getting production from top to bottom, they're also getting it off the bench. And 2 players have excelled. Steve Pearce and Delmon Young, they're doing more than could have been imagined when the season began. Steve Pearce had 7 at-bats in the month of June, but since the beginning of May, one of the most important players on the lineup, and in the last 13 games, .365 batting average with 6 home runs and 15 RBIs. How about Delmon Young? Doesn't play every day, but has an 8-game hitting streak, and he is the top pinch hitter in the American League. And Jim Palmer, over a long year, you don't want to have to rely on this guy or that guy. It's really balanced top to bottom, and the Orioles are beginning to get that with consistency.
Well, they are, and of course, you know, a lot of times your off-season acquisitions. Steve Pearce already in the organization had wrist problems last year. Everybody knew he's a pretty good player if he's healthy. And then you have to remember last year Nate McLeod played left field for the Orioles, so you lose him to the Nationals, even though he hasn't played much over there. You need somebody to replace him, so Delvin Young can play a little bit outfield. As it turns out, you need a left fielder. Chris Davis hurts his oblique. We see Pearce right after he was claimed on waivers by Toronto. They put him at first. He plays marvelously over there defensively and starts hitting. And then all of a sudden he's playing left field because you're looking for somebody for offense. So, you know, the depth of the bench, the depth of the fact that you can substitute guys, it helps your DHs, it helps your left field situation. And Delmon Young is a veteran hitter. They got him because last year the Orioles were 1 game over against left-handed starters. So he certainly helps you win more games against the lefties.
Yeah, 2 players, position players, taking advantage of opportunity. And, of course, it's still all about the starting pitching. And Chris Tillman goes to the mound tonight. Orioles looking to clinch the series with a win. And he's been pitching exceptionally well.
Well, yeah, and they started getting him some runs. I mean, he's 6-0 on the road. Finally won a game here, so they got him some runs. He's pitching well. I mean, there's his numbers against the AL West. So when he's on his game, which he has been, only won 2 of his last 4 starts, but he's pitched well in all 4 of them.
So tonight it is Game 3 in this 4-game series as the Orioles and Texas Rangers battle it out. It is hot. It is humid. Lineups at first pitch are coming up next. By Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. And by Navy Federal Credit Union, 4 million members, 4 million stories. Navy Federal Credit Union. Well, it's in the upper 90s downtown today. Here's our train game time temperature. Visit trainsearch.com to find your local train comfort specialist dealer. It's hard to stop a train, really hard. 86 at the moment, but that humidity keeps rising up to 67%. Just a slight breeze out of the west-southwest at 8 miles per hour. It is muggy, it is overcast, and it's game 3 in this series. Here's the Rangers starting lineup for tonight. Chu, Anderson, Pena with Adrian Beltre in that cleanup spot. Pretty good numbers against Tillman. Outstanding numbers against the Orioles. Rios, Martin, and Jimenez with Odor at second and Choice in left field batting ninth.
Man, take a look at our scouting report on the tall right-hander out of California. Well, back on track, 4 good starts in a row, 2 wins. Won his first game here. They've been pitching well here, but they haven't scored him a lot of runs. Very deceptive. Everybody's saying, well, again, 90, 92, occasionally a little bit hotter than that. And then, of course, down in Texas, there's a phrase, Jim, and you know it very well. Big hat, no cattle. Well, this kid, big hat, lots of cattle. Because, again, he had 16-7 last year, the most wins for the Orioles, 9-3 the year before. And this year, 7-4, the tying with Wei and Shen for the most wins. So there you go. Lefty's hitting .282, which is a high number for him. Righties, the number's down, and home runs. He always throws home runs because he's a high ball pitcher. And the other thing, the most amazing thing, 1 attempted stolen base in the last 2 years, even though he's a 6'5" right-hander.
So he's in search of his 8th win of the year. He'll go against Sin-Soo Choo leading off. Choo is DHing tonight. And a ground ball through the middle, and there's a base hit on the first pitch. So Choo looking for a fastball, got it, and a leadoff single.
Take a look at the Oriole defense. Pierce Jones and Markakis. Jones and Markakis Gold Glovers. Flaherty at third because of the suspension. Manny Machado, game 3 now. And J.J. Hardy getting hot with the bat. Gold Glover the last 2 years. Scope has really been playing well. A couple hits last night. Chris Davis over at first, and then Caleb Joseph, rookie catcher, who's recently over the last 10-11 games and getting very, very hot with the bat.
Here's Elvis Andrus, who comes in just 5 for his last 27. Choo, because of the ankle problems, not running this year. And there's a strike taken, 0-1.
So what we have seen when Chris Tillman struggles is what we're seeing here, and it's early, and his velocity will kind of vacillate a little bit. It was 88, 89, I think, to the pitch with Choo. We saw him 92 to 95 up in New York. The last game, maybe 90 to 92. Trying to use the lower part of his body a little bit more.
Line to center. Jones was shallow, and he's there for the out. Andrews hit it hard, but right to Adam Jones and 1 away. Now, Tillman coming off an outstanding effort last Friday night. He had the evening part of the day-night doubleheader, and after the Orioles lost the opener, he won the nightcap. 8 innings, just 1 run allowed on a James Loney solo home run.
Yeah, that was a huge game. As it turned out, Tampa would win 3 of the 4. They've been playing very well, so they came in here, and once you win the first game of a doubleheader, obviously you want to win both, and they only got the 1 run. He just put the ABS brakes on, stopped the skid.
Here is Carlos Pena making his 2nd start in the series, and he'll take ball 1.
1 for 9 lifetime, Carlos Pena, but he is a home run guy. Chris Tillman, fastball, a little bit of a cutter every once in a while, almost acts like a slider, big curveball, throws it over about 45% of the time, maybe a little bit more if he's on, and then he's had a changeup, a really good one the last 2-3 starts.
And a swing and a miss with Pena, not the hitter he once was, and he's facing a pitcher who, at least as Jim mentioned, over the past 4 games is on his game.
Well, everybody talks about the fact that he can pitch up in the zone, and Buck Showalter talks about, hey, the bat has a little bit of a we were joking about it. Ted Williams said 6-degree upswing. He's throwing the ball downhill. It's hard to connect on a regular basis. And there's a good curveball, but he just takes it. But again, the velocity here in the first, not what we've seen over the last 3 starts. That's not the first time that's happened. But that's almost kind of pre-2012 when he was called back up right before the All-Star break, when he would throw 87, maybe go to 91, then come down to 89, and he would struggle a little bit.
Center field chasing Jones. Adam will get there, and he's got it for the out and 2 away. Well, Chris Tillman in his rookie year in 2009, his first start against the Texas Rangers. And Jim, look at this lineup. Julio Bourbon is now at AAA Norfolk. He's in the Orioles organization. Nelson Cruz is an Oriole. He homered off Tillman. Chris Davis had a 2-run double in that game, and Scott Feldman was the pitcher who started and beat Tillman in that game, and he eventually would become an Oriole. So a lot of connections there, and that was September 4th of 2009. That's the only time Tillman has ever lost to the Rangers.
It's also a lot of innings ago. And Chris, when he got into the conditioning program with Brady Anderson and worked on the windup.
There's a broken bat base hit against the shift, but Beltre just serves it the other way. Scope was on the other side of the bag, and Beltre said, okay, I'll take it. And he's on with a 2-out base.
Well, he's been red hot last 40 games, almost hitting 400 to 393, and 12 for his last 27 against the Orioles. And it's a little cut fastball that just ends up down and away. And Beltre, a very aggressive hitter, looking fastball, got fastball, but it was a good one. And that's why that's why sometimes I'm not a big advocate of the shift, because he made a great pitch. It should have been an out, but nobody's playing there. And now all of a sudden with Rios, who has been struggling, but a couple of hits last night, has a chance to give them the lead.
Upstairs 1-0. Rios 3 for his last 26, but comes in batting at .303. Chu and Beltre with 2 men down. Toronto won today. They had a day game, so the Birds need a win to stay a game back. And there's a base hit to center field. Chu will be sent. Here comes Jones. Here comes the throw towards the plate. He is safe as it gets beyond Caleb Joseph. So 3 singles in the inning, and the Rangers get a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, a lot of pitches up in the zone with not much on them. And that's usually what happens. A little unlucky on the Beltre base hit. They put the shift on. He makes a good pitch, but almost every other one right up. And I mean, right here, this is belt high. If you know Alex Rios, he's always been a pretty good high ball hitter. Centers this one up, and then Jones is going to do what he's been doing, charge it, make a good throw. And because it's close to Davis, a nice backup by Chris Tillman, they get the run, and they don't get to advance a runner or maybe even 2.
Here's Leonis Martin, who was given last night off. And a bouncer right back to Tillman. He'll run halfway to first, and the other hand toss will end the inning. But the Texas Rangers break on top. They get a run on 3 hits. We'll head to the bottom of the first. The O's are coming to bat. on the O's in the bottom of the first in the Orioles starting lineup, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. Markakis, Pearson, Jones with Cruz in the cleanup spot. Then Davis, Hardy, and Scope. Jonathan, 3 consecutive multi-hit games. Flaherty at third and Joseph catching and batting ninth.
So Miles Michaelis, Major League starting debut. In fact, he had only, up to this point, had 11 starts in his whole minor league career. So he pitched down in AAA. He was 5-1. So he's not like T.J. McFarland, who hadn't pitched in about 5 weeks, even though T.J. would pitch very well. 2 runs and 5 hits last night, and then career reliever. Talk to some of the scouts. Sinker, slider guy. We'll see if he adds a third pitch. So at least in the first 2 games, the Rangers, as you look at his numbers, and this was with Round Rock, their AAA affiliate, just outside of Austin, and you can see more hits than innings pitched. So that tells you probably pitches to contact. That's a lot of times what sinker sliders got, and that a lot of times a determination whether you are a reliever if you have that third or fourth pitch. And then we talked to our good friend Gordon Lakey with the Phillies. He said he saw him this year, maybe the velocity not quite as what it was a couple of years ago. So all he knows is the Orioles have scored 7 and 8 runs or the last 2 games with 7 home runs.
And Markakis first ball swinging, big chopper to first, and Pena flips to Michaelis, and on 1 pitch 1 down in the Oriole first.
Now take a look at the defense. Let's go around the infield, because that was about as good a sinker as I've seen in a while. Pena, Odor, Andrus, and Beltre. And Choice, Martin, and Rios in the outfield. Jimenez doing the catching. So again, just 1 pitch, 1 sinker. That's a good way to pitch, especially when you have guys that have been attacking the ball the way the Orioles have. You'd like to, if you can, pitch down in the zone, something that we haven't seen a lot of.
In the first 2 games in this series, the Orioles outscored the Rangers 15-4. Although Texas does have an early 1-0 lead. Here's Pierce. And he'll take low 1-0.
Yeah, kind of interesting. You have a guy on the mound that wants to get him to swing it somewhere around the knees. And if you've been observing Steve Pierce, he loves the ball up.
And the 1-0. And how about the consistency of Steve Pierce last 4 games especially?
Well, you can see the 4-game hit streak. And not only that, that was in the first inning yesterday. 2 home runs the first game. That started the Orioles off last night. Chu made a nice effort. They actually called that a miscue, that he misplayed that. Not misplayed ball, but that's a ball that should have been caught. I thought it was a pretty tough chance.
Yeah.
And
he's coming at full speed.
Yeah, the Elvis Andrus double play that he botched, which would have gotten Martinez out of the inning, and Orioles may have not scored the other 4 runs they ended up scoring to give them an 8-2 lead. It's a whole different thing. But Chu had to come all the way to the line, jump, ball went off the edge of his glove into the seats. There's a big breaking ball. So a little bit more of a slurve than a slider. Maybe he has a couple of them.
So hits by direction, more of a pull hitter than an opposite field hitter. Home runs, all 10 have been pulled. Good take, ball 3.
So a little bit, maybe some adrenaline. 95 runs in off the plate, trying to get in on his hands. Well, that's where you try to go with Steve Pierce. The guys that have had success either run the ball in. It's kind of one of those high and tight, low and away type of pitching meetings. Run the ball in his hands, try to get him out with breaking balls down and away. In the middle of the plate, he's hitting everything.
And the 3-2 is hit to right center field off the end of the bat. Rios will call. And 2 down here in the Oriole first. So Michaelis wins that at bat as he gets Pierce on the 3-2 pitch. Michaelis, 25 years old. He's out of Jupiter, Florida, and went to college in Fort Lauderdale at Nova Southeastern University. He was drafted by San Diego, and Jim mentioned that's where his prior major league experience was. In relief, this past offseason, he was traded to Pittsburgh, and a few weeks later, the Pirates turned around and traded him to Texas.
So the first 2 games, Jim, talking about he's 1 out away. It's a tough out. The Orioles have scored 5 runs in the first 2 innings of the, or at least respective first innings of the last 2 games against the Rangers.
And Jones takes ball 1.
So maybe a little bit more velocity than we expected. 90 to 95 already.
Adam has hit in 5 straight games.
Ooh, high strike. Another young umpire. And so now Adam knows. Certainly would rather be hitting 2-0.
And Adam talking to him about it.
Well, it's just a high hanging slider, but it was hanging actually out of the strike zone, so you take it. Maybe a little bit lower, he would have hit it hard somewhere.
So the Basner is the home plate umpire tonight. Too tight with a fastball.
Well, yeah, and also you look at home plate umpires, and Las Diaz had a lower strike zone last night. If you look at Toby Basner, watch him. He'll be just over the catcher's head, so he's upright more. So where are his eyes? Kind of right where that slider was. But normally it's not called. His eyes are almost above the letters of Adam Jones.
Big chopper to third, played by Beltre. And he slings it across, and the Orioles go 3 up and 3 down. So Miles Michaelis has a clean inning. We'll head to the second inning at Camden Yards. 1-0 Rangers. Forward to Miller time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Chris Tillman allowed a run in the first, 3 singles. Rios getting the run in with a 2-out RBI hit. Tillman in 5 starts against Texas, 3-1. We showed you the box score from his only loss, September 4th, 2009. So in his last 4 starts against the Rangers, he's gone 3-0. And his ERA is 3.91, and that includes the 1 inning outing that he had when the Orioles were in Texas in early June. June the 5th, he allowed 5 runs. He went 1 inning plus 5 batters.
Well, he has 4 games like that where he gave up 5, 6, 7, 8 runs. And 2 of them, again, one in Pittsburgh and one in Texas, where they were just not good outings. It didn't have velocity. Won an inning, gave up 5 runs against Texas, as you mentioned. And then in Pittsburgh, the Orioles would score a bunch of runs, but he gave up 8 runs in 1 inning. That's why the ERA inflated compared to last year. And also, he wasn't pitching well. And my concern is when I see 89 and I don't see the 90 to 95, and sometimes it takes them a while to get there, you're going, either maybe the last game was tough, which it was. It was a huge game. So maybe a little more hittable when his velocity is not where it normally is. But he knows how to pitch.
This is low for ball 3. So 3-0 on Jimenez with Odor and Choice to follow. Jimenez 2 for his last 18. And tonight he's doing the catching. Last night he started at first base. And a strike taken all the way, 3-1. Tillman here at home has won just 1 game, and it was in his last start against Tampa Bay. Even though his ERA is much better at home. Bounce to third, waiting on his Flaherty, gets a nice hop. And one away in the Texas second. Here's our Jeep inside the numbers and head-to-head between the Rangers and the Orioles on the year.
Again, I mean, the Rangers not your typical team because of all the injuries. And, batting average not bad for the Rangers. The runs, again, in not where you want to be in 5 games, but it's not horrible. 4 runs a game. But, again, the pitching not good because they've had, 7, 8 guys that they counted on. And then offensively, Moreland's out, Fielder's out, Profar's out, and Nelson Cruz is playing for the Orioles.
Yes.
That's the one guy I forgot. I don't forget him when he plays for us, but that's a big subtraction out of your lineup, and that's why they went out and got Fielder. They signed Chu for a lot of money over 7 years. But again, the injuries have really riddled this team of not being as good offensively as they have been in the past.
2-0 on Odor.
No, 3-0 now, 2-0. So the pitch count will get up. And
yeah, Cruz hit 27 home runs for Texas last year in just 109 games.
Missed 50 games because of the biogenesis suspension.
Lifted to right, Markakis in on it and makes a sliding grab. Right off the end of the bat.
Well, he gets a great read. I mean, the ball not hit hard, and that makes it sometimes more difficult because it's a pretty big swing, but it's kind of up on the trademark. But a great jump, and then just follows it in the glove and make a little turn to give the pitcher a little angst. Tillman going, oh, I sure hope he held that, and he did.
Where is that ball?
Hey, boy, does he have sure hands.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, we go, because we've seen it, but some guys. Sometimes when you catch the ball like that and you hit the turf, the ball goes out or whatever. Gloves seem like they're bigger than ever. They're like cestas. It's like your highlight. When the ball gets in them, they don't go out.
What do you call that?
A cesta is what they use in highlight.
Okay. I've seen them. I didn't know that's what
you ever gone to a highlight match?
No.
Kind of like horse racing. You don't want to go more than once. Because they
you lose all your money?
No, well, that. You do bet. Yeah, we used to go when we trained in Miami. I mean, maybe once a spring training.
3-0. So all 3 hitters this inning, he's fallen behind.
Got to get the GPS out and locate home plate. Yeah,
especially for a guy batting 180.
Well, you just want to make your pitches, and but the one thing about Michael Choice is that he can hit some home runs.
And he did homer off Tillman in that other game.
Yeah.
He had a 2-run home run.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't have swung at that pitch even if he did get the green light because it ran inside and got the corner. But he is a young guy that's learning how to hit, as a lot of these guys are because of all the injuries at the major league level.
Well, 3-2, he gets back in the at-bat.
And we're on Washington. The skipper of the Rangers said, hey, listen, I understand. My job is to convince them that we don't want to just show up and lose. That's not acceptable. But also, you just can't get into where you become the roller coaster's going in the wrong direction as far as at bats if you're a young player.
Tillman comes back and strikes him out. So down 3-0, he gets the K. Texas goes 3 up, 3 down in the second. Willie, who was deployed in January 2003 for the invasion, earning combat action ribbons and a Presidential Unit Citation as 2 highest ribbon honors. He was also deployed in 2004 to Iraq, where he conducted combat operations and earned a combat meritorious promotion to corporal. He was last deployed in 2009 to Iraq. He served there as a platoon sergeant with the 3rd Battalion, 24th Marines. So Darren Willie, congratulations and thank you for your service, and we thank all of our armed forces for all they do for us. As the Orioles continue each night to celebrate and recognize somebody from the armed forces. Very nicely done. Miles Michaelis.
Well, if you want to compare him to Nick Martinez already, I mean, obviously more experience, 2 years older, was a closer in the minor leagues.
Nelson Cruz gets into one, deep center field towards the bullpen, and that ball is caught. It is caught by Leonis Martin. He robs Cruz of a home run.
And they're smiling as they were teammates last year. Well, you got to play deep in this ballpark, and then he hits it a mile high. And Martin out of Cuba goes, take that. So look how quickly he gets back, and then knows where the wall is. Right hand on the wall, and the ball over the wall until he grabs it. Nice grab. Wow. There's a run saved.
Tommy Hunter waiting for a souvenir that never got to him.
And Michaelis obviously likes that. Just saved him an earned run and a home run.
And here is Chris Davis, who takes a strike. Chris is trying to find that stroke. He's 0 for his last 19 with 7 strikeouts. And in his last 18 games, batting just .113. McCunley and Miguel Gonzalez trying to make Nelson feel better.
No, hey, that's baseball. Guy made a spectacular play.
Pitch taken on the corner for a strike.
Well, this kid's he's got pretty good velocity. I mean, the first pitch of the game, he had great sinker, so maybe a 2-seamer or 4-seamer. They got a ball up to Nelson Cruz. That's not good. And then center fielder made, again, home run saving catch.
And pulls it right to the first baseman, Pena, who will go to the bag unassisted. And 2 men down here in the Orioles' second. The Maryland Lottery contestant of the game, Terry Gonzalez of Glen Burnie, has won $500 for being selected and will win $500 more for every Orioles home run hit in the game tonight. You can play the Orioles scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery for your chance to be the contestant of the game, win a trip to see the O's play at Wrigley Field or to the World Series. Learn more at mdlottery.com/Orioles. So 2 quick outs. Cruz went on the first pitch. Davis on the 4th pitch. Here's J.J. Hardy. Michaelis began the year at AAA after having a sore elbow in spring training. He made his season debut for Round Rock on April the 20th. And in his first 10 games, he worked out of the bullpen. It wasn't until his last 6 appearances where he was moved into the rotation. And Hardy rips it into left field for a 2-out single.
Yeah, you look at all his numbers, and we talked about until the season only 11 starts, and that was his first year in professional baseball. 7th round pick back in 2009, so he's pitching for Eugene. All the starts were that year. After that, and you can see right here, I mean, JJ's starting to swing the bat. We've seen home runs over the last 10 days, 2 of them. After going, what was that total number? Something like 338 at bats without one, which is mind-boggling. Just looks more comfortable.
Well, he's now got a 6-game hitting streak, and he gets on for the suddenly getting hot Jonathan Scope.
And you see those numbers 4 for 8 because they've been getting behind, and he's gotten a lot of good pitches to hit.
Now, Jim Presley was saying today at the batting cage that one of the things that he's encouraged Jonathan to do is hang around Nelson Cruz. He said it's a good influence when you have a veteran who cares and wants to help and can impart knowledge as a peer to his teammate. And there's a strike. And 1-1 to count it. Quite often they'll be in the same group in batting practice, but
Well, part of that approach is, obviously, okay, all the experience, all the at-bats that Nelson's had. He turned 34 yesterday, hit a home run. But again, they're similar hitters. They have one young and one a lot older. I mean, Jonathan 22, so Nelson's now 12 years older. But they both use the whole field when they're hitting well.
Pop foul, first base side. Pena will run out of room.
And the one thing I've seen from Nelson, and of course, we saw him sporadically when the Rangers would come here or we go down there. Talk to him at the cage. Nice man. So I'm assume because of the numbers he's put up and his personality was well liked not only on the Orioles, which we see, but they saw over the other years. That's why Martin can jump over the fence and they can kind of laugh because he was probably a great teammate to a young player as he is to Scope.
Right.
So you can learn a lot. And mentoring is a big process of winning ball clubs.
1-2 on Jonathan. Upstairs with a fastball and he lays off.
Yeah, if you're a veteran player and you can make the young guys better, they're going to help you win. And then they can do the same thing when other guys come up.
When Manny comes back, the Orioles have a 22-year-old infielder and a 21-year-old infielder. So they're with the veterans on the team, and a majority of the veterans are only in their upper 20s. Hardy at first with 2 down. And a pop foul again on the first base side. And Pena again is going to run out of room.
Well, I was reading something earlier in the Boston Globe. They were talking about the Red Sox, Ben Cherington, their general manager, so to speak, vice president of baseball operations, whatever his official title is, that a lot of the clubs, what they've seen is that they try to bring 2 young players into their starting roster or in a rotation every year. And if you think about it, the Orioles kind of have that here. I mean, they have Scope. Last year it was T.J. McFarland out of the bullpen as as one of the one of the 13, 12 pitchers. The year before it was Ryan Flaherty.
And another foul ball. This one further down the line, but again, it'll be back in the crowd out of play.
Yeah, well, he just keeps running the ball in, and then Jonathan can't quite get to it, but then it is right on his fist, and it is 95 miles per hour. So the Orioles, in essence, have Machado at 21, Scope at 22. Now Manny now in his second full year,
but really third year. The first year he experienced the playoffs.
It came up in August, and Jonathan came up a little bit. Didn't get many at bats, but did get a little big league experience last September.
Manny's birthday's coming up. He'll be 22 soon. 7th pitch coming up here to Scope. Center field, chasing Martin. He'll get there, and he's got it for the out. So Hardy a 2-out single, 1 left, but Nelson Cruz robbed by his former teammate Leonis Martin instead of a tie game. The Rangers holding on to a 1-0 lead, and when you're a popular former teammate, you can kid about a play. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. And by Luna. For beautiful new carpet, hardwood, and laminate, call 877-241-LUNA. Chris Tillman going to work. Allowed a first inning run, then a 3-up, 3-down second. All 3 hits in that first inning singles. Tillman has averaged on the year 12.81 base runners per 9. Maybe a tad higher than he would like.
Well, the whip has gone up since that coming back at the All-Star break, or right before it in 2012. I mean, that year incredible, 9-3, 105. That's walks and hits per inning.
Right.
Last year when he won 16. Now they got him almost 6 runs a game that year. Last year it was like 5 1/4 runs, but the whip went up to 1.22. This year it's a little bit higher at 1.39. But he's had 4 horrendous games where he's gotten knocked around, and early in 2 of them. So that's the difference. Did have the groin problem, so maybe that bothered him a little bit, got in some bad habits. And what they've tried to do, and he's gotten behind a lot of guys tonight, is use your legs a little bit more. And when you do that, I mean, it's just a little bit easier to drive, a little bit easier to maybe get a little bit of velocity when you need it. I think it also helps your line. Your line to the plate's real important. And when Chris gets in trouble, the front shoulder flies open, and he kind of comes up and out of it. When he's pitching well, it stays closed, and right there, that's kind of like a 2-1 hitting count. Throw him something other than a fastball, and it was just kind of a lazy cutter for ball 3.
And it's inside ball 4. So Chu, who can work a walk, does work a walk leading off here in the 3rd. And here's what Jim was talking about at home. The worst home record with a sub 2.50 ERA in a single season, going all the way back to the first year in '54.
Well, look at that, 8 runs of support in 7 starts. So you could be Clayton Kershaw, who was won a couple of ERA titles the last couple of years, pitched the no-hitter, and you still wouldn't be winning with that kind of lack of run support.
Chu runs and the ball is fouled off, and now he's saying it was hit.
Whoa, wait a minute.
The home plate umpire, Toby Basner, saying it hit him, but he swung.
Yep. And you can't challenge it. I don't think you can challenge this. So they're going to have, Jeff Nelson, the voice of reason, comes in from second, and they're going to call the other umpires. So it's a high curveball, way out of the zone, and he hit it.
Yeah, it's a foul ball. It didn't even come close to hitting.
Now, but in doing that, did Joseph interfere? Because if he did, see, that's the point. So if he swung, did he hit the glove? I don't think he hit the glove. But the ball, he definitely hit the ball. So the question will be not that he fouled it, and that's important, obviously, but also did the bat hit the glove, and I didn't see that. It was almost like it was a hit and run, and it was a last-minute thing by Andrus to try to put the ball in play. So there's the glove. There's the ball, and he just fouled it.
Yeah, he missed the glove somehow. And protecting Chu, he went after it.
So there's contact right there. Because Caleb Joseph comes out, it's a curveball well over his head, and didn't expect it to be fouled, but it was fouled. Now, did he inadvertently touch the bat, or the bat hit the glove? That's what the umpires have to.
So the call by the umpire was interference. The Orioles feel that this is simply a foul ball. And give Jeff Nelson credit for talking it over, not just going with the call of the young umpire behind the plate.
And it doesn't appear from that angle that he did hit the bat.
That's a big call. It would be 2 on and none out. And they are saying that it is interference, and they're going to let Andrew stay at first base. Buck is saying that he heard the ball hit the bat, not the glove.
Well, what he said was 4 guys didn't see it. And I'm not going to tell you what else he said. You very rarely see him ever this enraged.
Jeff Nelson calmly trying to make the case of why they're standing with this call.
Well, he obviously fouled the ball off. Did he get interfered with? Because that changes the rule.
Right.
And Jeff Nelson trying to come in and
one of the few times this year Buck has actually had a chance to argue a call because of the challenge system.
Well, they stood out there for what, about 2-3 minutes,
yeah,
and had a conference, so I don't think he's going to change their minds, unfortunately. And I don't think you can challenge it. Again, I think it's in the spirit of the rule that everything was in front of the umpires and they don't want to go there. Even though I think if you actually could go back and look at it.
Well, let's listen and see if we hear two sounds. Well, there's the other thing I just noticed there. He didn't call interference till Andrews pointed at him.
Well, but he does a nice job of doing it.
Yeah, but if it's interference, if it was that clear, wouldn't he have called it immediately? He didn't call interference till Andrews said, I was interfered with.
Well, he also didn't do foul ball either.
No.
You know, how they usually do that. So.
Well, as Diaz is coming in to listen in. It's Jeff Nelson's crew. He and Laz Diaz are the veterans of the crew, and the other guys are the minor league guys filling in. They're getting a chance because of the umpires in New York. Well, this is going on a long time. Jeff Nelson's really letting them have a beef.
Well, meanwhile, Chris Tillman at least doing the prudent thing, which is to take some warm-up pitches.
So that'll be a charged error on Caleb Joseph on the catcher's interference, allowing Andrews to reach. Now, Buck knows the rules. I mean, there's no way he's ever going to be one-upped on rules. And what has to bother him most of all of that, not the least of which it didn't appear the bat hit the glove, was the fact that the umpire didn't call it till Andrews said, I was interfered with, and then he said, okay, interference.
We don't even know if they saw the foul ball. I mean, you really don't know that. It was pretty obvious to us. We get to see that, but in real-time action. And so, Chris Tillman.
So Tillman now has to try to get beyond what appears to have been a bad call. He has 2 on now with just 1 out. Here's Carlos Pena. Pena flied out his first at bat. High fly ball to left. Here's a long run. He was over towards the gap. Still coming over. He gets there in foul ground and has it for the out.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to get there. The ball's slicing away. As it turns out, it's hit high enough where he can get it. But again, a lot of times, you're taught to run on your toes. Otherwise, the ball bounces all over the place. But he's way over in left center, which is where he should be. And then he'll catch this ball just in foul territory. So it's a big out because nobody advances. Unfortunately, Beltry's coming to the plate. And they don't put the shift on like they did the first time, where he hit one right between first and second. But scope up the middle, looking for something maybe back up through the mound.
2 on with 1 out for Beltre. And in the dirt, a nice scoop there by Caleb Joseph.
Well, those are run-saving plays because the ball gets by him. Both runners are going to advance. And then all of a sudden, you're not going to play your infield in because you've been scoring a bunch of runs, but you will concede 1 run. And they can score runs without getting base hits if the runner gets the third. Fly ball, ground ball. You're also out of the double play possibility.
Runs away from the plate, 2-0. So early on here, Chris does not have the good command of the fastball.
Really doesn't have much command of anything. Hasn't thrown a changeup or a curveball for a strike. Most of his stuff is up. Did hit 93 last out of the last inning. And the problem is this is one of the hottest guys on the planet.
Falls behind him 3-0.
And Beltre comes in. Now he's 5 for 10 with a home run and an RBI against Chris Tillman. So you may not know that exact number, but you know he hits you well. and he's probably swinging 3-0 here. Nope.
Well, 3-1 on the take. Beltre began the night second in the league in batting at .332. We think of him as a slugger, but he is an all-around good hitter. He now has a 6-game hitting streak with his first inning single, and that single got the run into scoring position and was delivered by the man on deck, Alex Rios.
Well, at 34, and you read a lot of articles. This is what, his 16th year in the big leagues, putting up home numbers that are going to be close to Cooperstown numbers.
Bounced foul down the line.
There's a good pitch, changeup. That's how you have to pitch him, and he's swinging the bat so well, he forces you to. If you're Chris Tillman, hey, I haven't got to change over. It's a good time to do it because it sets up this pitch. Maybe puts a little doubt in his mind.
From 3-0 to 3-2 on Beltre. Runners do not go, and it's a base hit down the line. He just served it the other way. Chu will score. Heading to third is Andrews. He's being sent. Stokes relay throw home. He is safe at the plate. As Basner said, he got the foot in. There's a 2-run double the opposite way by Beltre, and it's 3-0 Texas.
Yeah, he just poked it down the line. I mean, you make a good pitch, you got to throw him a strike. I mean, here's a great angle. He's going to hit it right at you. And they're playing exactly where you should if you're Chris Tillman, and then they have great speed. So cut off. Look at this throw from Scope, right on the money. Maybe the throw a little bit high, which you kind of anticipate, and then Andrus with very good speed underneath the tag. So again, the play at home plate, the Andrus interference turns out to be, because of where you are in the lineup, huge.
Yeah, not only put another runner on, to put a fast runner on at first, and he scores all the way from first on a double. A runner at second, still only one down. Here's Rios, and the fastball runs inside.
Well, they have been struggling for runs because of all the injuries. You take out guys that were home run guys, and you look at them. I mean, they're 5th in average, but they're 11th in runs, and they're 14 out of 15 teams with home runs. So they have to play the game the way they are, and that's why the walk to Chu was so important. I mean, they're struggling. I mean, they are looking for ways, and look at this. And again, this is a team that, that's why they went out and got Fielder. I don't think they still had room for Nelson Cruz, but they chose not to re-sign him. So those numbers have come down, and probably more so than you would have anticipated because of all the injuries.
Rios fouls it off, 2-1 the count.
And now they have 2 shots with the runner at second to try to add another run. And Chris Tillman certainly not going to be on that page. He's going to try to stop that.
Boy, back-to-back days, exact base hits on ground balls the opposite way down the right field line. Last night it was Rosales, and tonight Beltre.
Well, there's something to be learned about that. Toughest outs are the guys that use the whole field. Beltre, both of his hits tonight, the double and the single to the opposite field. And most guys, when you come in hitting almost 400, and his numbers are going to be right up around 400 in the last 40 games, have a tendency to get themselves out because they're so overconfident. They expand the zone. But really good at bats by him.
Curveball misses high. Another long at bat. 3-2 count on Rios. Still only 1 down.
Well, Chris, his pitch count coming in was 17 an inning. Last year was 16.9. So that's not been the problem. That's maybe sometimes where the location has been.
And a bouncer towards the middle. Hardy gloves, turns, and got him. Oh, what a play by Hardy.
Well, when you had a bad back in April, boy, is that a tough play. You're going to see Nick Markakis in right field, and then you got to turn. Not only do you have to get to it, high chopper, somewhat slow infield, and then, boy, just using your hips as you're going the other way. And you got to be able to try to get your feet some way and somewhere planted where you can make this kind of throw. And it beats him by a step and a half.
Well, Beltre goes to third. Here's Martin. Big run out there at third base and a breaking ball for a strike. Martin hit a comebacker to end the first inning. Beltre now at third following his 2-run double. And off of Tillman. And that's going to be a base hit, and a run's going to score. Tillman couldn't get the glove down. It's an infield hit off Tillman's leg. And Beltre comes in. It's 4-0.
Hey, he makes a nice pitch. I mean, he gets it in on the fist. So he drives in a run. He saves a run with his glove. I mean, watch this. It's all right here. Watch him inside out it. So right back at him off the fist. You know, a lot of times you don't know how hard it's hit. And then Chris Tillman right off the leg. You know, he just turns a little bit, falling off, and then nobody there.
Well, Dave Wallace out for a chat.
So down by 4.
The walk has scored. The catcher's interference error has scored. And now an infield hit drives in a run.
Yeah, it's one of those plays, probably, if the ball doesn't hit him, J.J. Hardy shaded up the middle probably makes that play. But your reaction when you're so close is to go for it. And it turns out it didn't hit the glove, but hit his leg, and you get that 4th run. So if you're Ron Washington, you're going to take a chance here. Martin with 17 steals. Nobody ever runs on Tillman, but hey, why not?
And Martin tied for 6th in the league with those steals. Here's Jimenez.
And he does such a nice job. Very quick to the plate. Very attentive. Talking about Chris Tillman. Varies his release points. Little slide step. If you're catching, first of all, they don't run. Number 2, if they do run, when they run, he gets you the ball in a hurry. It's a pretty good lead.
Does not go, and the pitch is upstairs, 1-0.
And then, Jim, there's a lot of pitchers that they hurry their windup, that they get out of their windup and all they do is walk people. So it's a fine art to be able to hold runners and still throw quality strikes.
That one on the inside corner for a strike. Tough inning for Chris, facing his 7th batter. And 3 runs in. Might have been a play, but Davis couldn't glove it.
Yeah, it wasn't to the inside of the bag, so he had to reach to his left. Yeah, see how I had him leaning, but see how he had to reach across his body, and when he did, came out of the webbing. And that's one of the things young base runners, even though he stole 36 last year, if you hold the ball, sometimes give themselves away. Then there are the other guy, the Ricky Hendersons, who are in the Hall of Fame, or even Tommy Harper, who stole, I think, 79 one year. You'd throw over there 6-7 times, and they'd steal on the 8th pitch. Pretty annoying. Campaneris, all those guys that really could run the bases, could manufacture runs.
2-1 on Jimenez. Outside, ball 3.
Yeah, so for Chris, and I mean, this is just, how do I get out of this inning? How do I get back on the bench and regroup and let my hitters come up? And Jimenez does not have a lot of power. It's not like you throw it right down the middle, but you got to behooves you to throw a strike here. Because this whole inning started with a leadoff walk.
Left field, it hangs for Pierce. And Tillman finally gets out of it. Strange inning. A walk, a catcher's interference. Texas scores 3. Birds come up, trailing 4-0. University of Maryland University College, August 14th of 2009, Felix Pie joined Brooks, Cal, and Aubrey Huff as the fourth player in Orioles history to hit for the cycle. Pie doubled in the first, homered in the third, led off the seventh inning with a single, and then later on that same inning had a 2 RBI triple as he completed the cycle. Pie went 4 for 5, he had 4 RBIs, got a shaving cream pie in the face, and the Orioles beat the Angels 16-6. Now they have store-made pies, bakery-made pies.
Yeah, all different kinds of flavors. You want to do something dramatic, so can you suggest what flavor you?
I don't think so. I think it's all up to Adam.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
So Michaelis, who is making his first major league start, now it's a 4-0 lead in the third. And he deals outside of Ryan Flaherty, 1-0. Joseph on deck, and then Markakis. Michaelis was 5-1 in AAA. He is 2-1 in the big leagues in his career. This is his 28th appearance in his first major league start.
And only 3 home runs in 44 2/3 innings. Well, more hits than innings. 50 innings pitched, 53 of them. Didn't walk a lot of people. That's pretty impressive. 3 walks. But if you look at all his minor league numbers, he never ever has had command problems. We'll see if that changes with a significant lead.
Ryan Flaherty rips it in the right field for a single. Well, the Orioles trying to chip back, get their leadoff man on in the third. Fans, you can win signed gear courtesy of Masson. Just follow @MassonOrioles on Instagram and tag your Orioles fan photos with the hashtag MassonOrioles. You'll automatically be entered to win autographed memorabilia. Being social with Masson has its rewards. Now, it's good to see Ryan Flaherty get a base hit as Caleb Joseph comes up. Ryan was out today for early fielding practice and early batting practice, and he gets on base. And here's Caleb Joseph, who's got a 2-game hitting streak going.
Well, we've seen a lot of the young guys in the bottom of the order get into good hitting counts. That was one of them. And then the difference between being hot and not is what do you do with them? 2-0 pitch right there. Didn't miss it. Caleb Joseph the home run last night on a 3-1 fastball.
Here's a ball taken, and Caleb, Jim, over the last 8 games been consistent and productive.
Yeah, high average. He's done a great job defensively and makes a fan happy. So 3 home runs. You were talking about it last night. Very, very good. Yes, it was AA, but 22 home runs. At a point shy of 300 last year.
Borderline pitch called a strike, 1-1.
Well, but see, those are the pitches. Michaelis makes a very good pitch and he takes it. Now, probably 3 weeks ago, he'd be hacking at it because, I'm anxious. That doesn't mean you'll get a better pitch to hit, but that was a pitcher's pitch. So if you can stay away from doing that early in the count, you got a better chance of being successful. Maybe driving the ball a little bit more.
Hard at ball the third, could be 2. Beltre, Odor, low throw, scooped by Pena. There's a double play, erases the leadoff single and 2 men down.
Yeah, and Jimenez moves in. Michaelis makes a very, very good pitch, breaks his bat. So it gets behind him, outside corner, inside corner, double play. That's what the sinker baller can do. And the one thing he doesn't, and again, it's only minor leagues, 3 home runs in all his starts. That was again over 44 2/3 innings. And that's in relief too, so all of a sudden he doesn't do what the Orioles like to do, which is throw home runs.
Markakis swung at the first pitch in the first and grounded out. Breaking ball bends in there for a strike. Yeah, the Orioles in games they have not hit a home run this year have gone 6-18. Markakis fouls it off, so he's 0-2, and maybe he has him exactly where he wants him.
Well, we're going to find out.
44 hits with 2 strikes on the year.
Well, the number, Encarnacion, power guy, so, but hot. The one number that really surprises me is J.J. Hardy, and that's the approach that he's had. That's why his average, J.J.'s at 294, because he's used the field and the whole field more than he did last year. But he had more home runs last year.
And a chopper to second. Right there is Odor. Markakis is out, and so are the Orioles in the third. The leadoff hit erased. None left. We'll head to the fourth. Texas with a 4-0 lead. From routine to the most specialized eye care, LifeBridge Health's Krieger Eye Institute handles it all. Call 410-601-2020 for a same-day appointment. Now, the finale of this 4-game series scheduled for tomorrow night at 7, and then a quick turnaround. Orioles have to fly to Boston for a 4th of July day game on Friday at 1:30. Saturday at night, that game is on Fox at 7:15. And then the finale from Boston on Sunday afternoon back on Mass. And then the Orioles head to Washington for a couple of games, night games on Monday and Tuesday, before the Nats come here next Wednesday and Thursday for a couple of night games.
Yeah, and the Nats, a half a game out of right behind Atlanta in the National League East. So they're playing a little bit better. And then here at Camden Yards, Chris Tillman wants to have a efficient inning.
4-0 Texas. Rougned Odor, Michael Choice, and then Sin-Soo Choo.
Well, their number one curveball, just no feel for it. But at least to this point, Yankee Stadium was able to beat Tanaka, and he didn't throw a curveball over to the 5th inning. But then again, he was able to throw a little bit harder and not have a bad inning like he had last inning. But this kid is their number one prospect.
And he's here.
Yeah. Well, he's here because of Profar's Jurickson's and Profar's shoulder problems, and of course what happens when he comes back. Andrus signed a $118 million long-term deal. Where will he play? Somewhere, or
somewhere else.
Yeah. Well, that's all right. You develop young guys, and I mean, he is their poster boy, a Baseball America guy.
Flied out his first at bat. Tillman deals 2-1, slapped foul, 2-2. Tillman has allowed 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned. Inside.
Yeah, I don't know if he's trying to do that on purpose, but he's done it a number of times today when he's been behind in the count, and that just kind of tells me he's spinning left, and that's why they just pull the ball across the plate. It's about 18 inches to 2 feet inside.
Well, Odor does not look to walk. He's walked only 3 times in his first 41 games in the big leagues.
He was born, as you mentioned, not even 21, born in February 3rd, 1994. And as you mentioned last night, out of Venezuela.
And this is already his 4th pro season, and here he is. Opportunity. Another 3-2 pitch is bounce foul.
Well, they rate his bat at 70, and 80 is the top. So
Maybe not for power, but he turned around 98 from Tommy Hunter like it was BP.
About to see the 8th pitch in this at bat leading off, so much for a quick inning. Grounded right at Davis. Chris will take it unassisted for the out. Odor finally retired and one away in the Texas 4th inning. Fans, you can kick off the holiday weekend a day early tomorrow. We'll have a patriotic-themed fireworks display after the Orioles game against Texas at 7:05. So celebrate America with your family and friends as the downtown skies light up over Oriole Park. Get your tickets now. Go online, Orioles.com, or call 888-848-BIRD. Here's Michael Choice playing in left field tonight. First ball swinging, pops a foul. Davis will run out of room. 0-1 on Choice. Tillman has 7 wins, 6 have come on the road. And his win against Tampa Bay here at home last Friday night. Breaking ball for a strike. There it is, 0-2.
Yeah, Michael Choice, when you look at prospects, and he's again in the big leagues. They traded for him from Sacramento, where he hit 300 with 14 home runs. He's their number 3 prospect. And he's been rushed to the big leagues because of injuries or free agent signings. Or what David Murphy's also gone.
Yeah, they elected to let him go.
Yeah. I don't think they ever had any idea of having to play these young guys until everybody got hurt. There's a good curveball, just misses. It's such a, at least for me, it was such a touch and feel. That's why I came up with a slider. I saw, we talk about Tom Phoebus, who is from Baltimore, Hampton area, but I saw him throw sliders. Came up, I think pitched 2 out of his first 3 starts were shutouts. I'm going, I got to do that. Got to learn that pitch. There's a good changeup. So finally back into some kind of rhythm. This was a Tillman we've seen the last 4 times, especially the last 2 times in wins. Watch him just pull down the shade on this changeup. Great arm action. And then he gets Choice way out in front.
So 2 down.
Unfortunately, it's taken him about 63.
That's a nice fan.
That kind of night. 63 pitches to throw the really first good real changeup. And there's some kind of slider, slurve, cutter, whatever. Just having trouble getting the ball down in the zone.
Drew has been on base twice. He has scored twice. And he will not swing at a ball.
Well, but to be honest, they're not even close. I mean, you want to be somewhere in the zone. So he's just been that wild tonight. I mean, not walk wise, but just getting behind hitters. That doesn't work. Not at this level. And that ball off the corner.
Drew singled and scored in the first. He singled on the first pitch of the game, then drew the leadoff walk in the third. And there's another walk.
And Jim, I've been there. I mean, this is not like this is not something that doesn't happen to almost everybody. You're in the 4th inning, you feel like it's about the 8th. You can't quite get anything right.
And here comes Andrews, who was awarded first base on a catcher's interference in the third. Left center field, hanging up there. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Pierce. He gets there first, and he has it for the out. So the 2-out walk and a man left. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th. Birds come to bat, down by 4. routine goes back, robs Nelson Cruz of what would have been a game-tying home run. That was in the second inning. And then Texas comes up in the third. The catcher's interference call on Andrews only after Andrews pointed at Caleb Joseph, and the umpire Toby Basner said, oh yeah, that's catcher's interference, take first base. Buck argued to no avail, but the good news is it's only the fourth inning. The Orioles are swinging the bats well, and they're only down by 4. Washington Monument.
Well, Miles Michaelis, somebody has to put a dent in his armor because he's making some pitches.
He's allowed 2 hits, both singles, one with 2 down in the second, and the other was erased on a double play ball in the third.
Well, that kind of goes with what his last start was, and they got him a lot of runs. That was on Thursday in Memphis. He won 9-1. He gave up 10 hits in 6 innings, but they were all singles.
And he takes. Well, how about Steve Pearce, Jim, going back to June 17th? Look at these AL ranks.
Yep.
365 batting average, impressive. That means he's more than just slugging. He's getting base hits to keep that average up there. And he popped them up. Shallow left.
It's one of the ways you do it, and pretty routine. You know, when a guy's that hot, you know, maybe it'd be some guy you might look last year with the wrist injuries you gloss over, and this year you're going kind of right up there, maybe the third or fourth guy you look at, along with Jones and Cruz and Markakis. Hey, how are we going to pitch him? High and tight, low and away. I mean, that's the old. How are you going to get this guy out? Well, can't get him out in the middle of the plate, and that ball was in on his fist, and that's where you have to be to have a chance. That's how well he's swinging. Same with this guy. Mediocre stuff is not going to get the Orioles out. If you can stay out of the middle of the plate, change speeds, got a chance.
Adam Jones has been hot. He bounced out to third his first at bat. And it's upstairs 1-0.
How about Michaelis as a starting pitcher? He throws like a reliever.
Yeah.
From the stretch. There's so many starters now actually almost have a stretch windup. You know, where they, I mean, Chris Tillman hardly takes a step at all. Right. Almost starts sideways.
Well, he's thrown so many innings out of the bullpen, it's just comfort, I guess.
His pitching coach, Mike Mattis, he said, well, it's a challenge, and this guy's, at least through the first 3 1/3 innings, has been up to it. First major league start against the team that hit 7 home runs and 15 runs in the last 2 games, not to mention the 46 home runs in the month of June.
Adams showing bunt with Beltre very deep, and he takes upstairs.
And that's a smart play. It might be a little smarter with no strikes because, of course, the ball's out of the zone, so we'll see. He does play maybe a step in, and the whole intent is when you're 4 runs down to get on base, bring the third baseman in. You know, he's smiling, but it is a game. I mean, he's a 4-time Gold Glover. You don't want him playing real deep because he'll cut the angles off, and there's another hanging slider. Well, he's trying to establish his secondary pitches. You know, he started him with a changeup, the same thing he did to Pierce. Neither of them for strikes. And coming back with lazy sliders, and Jimenez out there going, no, let's go. Let's just keep doing it.
And he falls behind Adam 3-1. He is not out of strikeout, nor has he walked a batter through 3 1/3. Whatever Jimenez said to Adam, he enjoyed it. Big smile. Oh, good cut, foul it back, 3-2.
Yeah, but he chased ball 4. Ball well out of the zone. And he knows it. Trying to get something going.
One out, nobody on. Jones up, full count. Cruz on deck. And the 3-2 is hit deep to left field. That ball's got a chance. That ball's back. And that ball is gone. And the Orioles get on the board. Flex the muscles and get back in it. It's a 4-1 game. Number 16 for Adam. And Terry Gonzalez of Glen Burnie has won another $500 in our Maryland Lottery contestant of the game.
It's kind of like a Clint Eastwood pitch. Hang him high, hanging slider. And there's Adam. He's everywhere. He's happy. Yeah, great pitch to hit and didn't miss it. Ball doesn't, it's as you mentioned, very humid. Ball just doesn't seem to be carrying quite as much as it has in the last couple of days. So you want to speed up the bat. Look at this slider. You can see it spinning, just kind of hovering right there. And a minute off the bat, it's still gone. So now the 8th home run in the last 2+ games. And you're hoping that Cruz just missed one, then maybe Michaelis will think, hey, I got to be a little bit more perfect. And even though he didn't do it at the minor leagues, it's a little different level. Maybe he'll get some free passes.
Well, a ball and a strike on Cruz. And a foul off the shin guard of Jimenez. So the Orioles now have homered in 12 consecutive games. That is the longest active streak in all of Major League Baseball. It's the Orioles' longest of the season, and Jones hit it out 93 miles an hour. Now, the record for most consecutive games with a home run is 20 in a row. That was back in 1998.
For the Orioles?
Yeah, the team record. They're now up to 12 consecutive games with a home run. And he got him.
There's a good slider. Bad slider goes out of the park. The good one, you get the strikeout. Almost hit a home run on the fastball. Martin robbed him, and then for the slider tilt. 6'3" pitcher, perfectly thrown right on the corner. Just slides. That's the illusion. Just think about holding the ball a little bit off center. Kind of comes out of your hand like you pull it, kind of like you throw a football.
Here you see the shift. Now Davis, the last 3 years, you look at his splits, Jim, and in the first halves, of course, last year, I guess you could say that's kind of an aberration. 37 home runs in the first half of 93, but everything else is pretty consistent. Even with the struggles this year, he's still not far off the run production.
Well, he said, I look at myself as a 30 home run guy, and that's what he was in 2012 at 33. Last year, career year.
Hits it right into the shift. There's Odor waiting for it. And he gets it. So Davis pulls it, and he is out. But the Orioles get on the board as Adam Jones hits his 16th. He hits out a hanging slider. It's a 4-1 game. Bank for the achiever in you. By AT&T, mobilizing your world. And by Ocean City, Maryland. Put your vacation days to good use in Ocean City, Maryland. Book now at OCOcean.com. A nice summer night in the Inner Harbor.
Is there any humidity down in Ocean City?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
But you get the ocean breezes, so it's beautiful.
Okay, there you go.
And if you're a little warm, you jump in the ocean and cool off.
Body surf, boogie board. Can you do all that stuff?
Yeah, actually. I may do that the All-Star break. We'll see. We'll see how it works out.
Is it trending towards that, Jim?
Well, it all depends on what Mrs. Hunter wants to do.
Just remember, happy wife, happy life, Jimmy.
Yeah. There's Pena fouls it off.
I think Chris Tillman, he's probably going to try to say, okay, let's get some strike ones, something that's been tough for him to do tonight, and he's usually so good at doing that.
And a swing and a miss. He has been strike one to only 8 of the first 20.
Yeah, well, that's kind of where I was trending, that's where he's been trending. But if you look at his pitch count, it's really not that much higher than a normal Chris Tillman because of 17 pitches times 4 is what, 68. So he now is at 70, and he has 2 strikes here in the 5th inning. So it's just been the command issues.
And Pena fouls it off to stay alive. Pena is 0 for 2. He's flied out to center. He is flied out foul to left. He is now just 3 for 28 since joining the Rangers. His backward all began. He was a first-round pick of the Texas Rangers out of Northeastern University. It's upstairs. Prominently featured in the Moneyball movie. Upstairs. So again, it slips out of his hands high, 2-2.
Well, not as high as the one before, and again, touch field pitch. You know, I think sometimes when you struggle with, you have to pick a point of the catcher. I mean, right here, if you're throwing the curveball to him, maybe just to the right of the Under Armour, throw it there. Not there.
Well, Cake is back on it. Nick will get there when he's got it for the out, 1 away. And 1 out here in the 5th inning. Well, it's now time for all fans to tweet their photos using the hashtag MASSonFanPhotos for a chance to have it shown in a future broadcast. All brought to you by AT&T. Let's see. I'm trending. Is that what I'm doing? I'm trending. No, I'm texting the picture to Masson using the hashtag at @MassonOrioles. That's what she was doing. And there's strike 1. You know, Bonnie probably would say it's okay to boogie board. A couple of years ago on the All-Star break, I tried one of those kayaks in the ocean. Didn't work out. I ended up upside down.
Well, the good thing is apparently you got out of it.
Yeah, that didn't work out so well.
Yeah, apparently you didn't stay under very long.
At least with the boogie board, you're on top of the water. The boat took me underneath.
Jim Hunter in a kayak. It's hard to envision.
It was vacation. I thought I'd try it, you know. Didn't work out so well. Hit sharply right at Hardy. In between Hop, and he gloves it, plays it to first, and 2 men down. Well, don't forget the voting will end tomorrow night for the All-Star game, and Adam Jones is getting close to earning a starting spot in the outfield. Nelson Cruz and Matt Wieters still remain in the leads at DH and catcher. You can vote now for Adam and the rest of the O's. Just get online, Orioles.com/vote-orange. Vote up to 35 times with each valid email address. You can earn ticket discounts, the chance to win an autographed All-Star game jersey, and a meet and greet session with Adam. Voting ends tomorrow, so get online, Orioles.com/vote-orange. Now, all three hitters in this inning. Tillman has been strike one. That was some play by Hardy there. That ball was smoked and then took that.
Well, it kind of stayed down and
late in between hop.
Yep. Well, normally shortstops get to pick their hops. Sometimes when they're hit as firm as that, you don't get that case. But as the hitting has gotten better, I mean, he had one of those 3, 4, 5 game slumps with his glove, which we've never really seen. A couple of Gold Gloves the last couple of years. And now all of a sudden, other than the curveball, we're seeing a little cutter, some changeups, first pitch fastballs from Chris Tillman. If I'm going to pitch on this hot, humid night, I might as well hang long enough for them to get me some runs.
And you know, the weather has improved. I know it rained in Harford County. I know it rained in Baltimore County. I don't know, it rained thunderstorms, but they avoided downtown. And now those rain clouds, or clouds that look like they had a lot of rain, they're gone. It's turned into a nice night, although it is hot, it is humid. Ground ball towards the hole, diving stop by Flaherty. He gets up and fires, and out at first base is Alex Rios. Ryan Flaherty getting it done. So Texas goes 3 up and 3 down as Rios is called out at first, and here comes Ron Washington, and we may have a challenge.
Well, great range, and then of course you got to get up. He made sure that was in the glove. So this will tell you the truth, and they're going to reverse it, yeah. And it'll get changed.
Yeah, he was safe. But you never know what New York's going to see.
Well, if they're looking at what we're looking at, they're going to change it. Yep. I was always already on to the bottom of the 5th. But that'll.
I've learned.
Kind of erase my slash.
Yeah, I've learned not to write it down until they're actually off the field.
So what you lose is the spontaneity of arguments.
Right.
And normally, I mean, because he foot is down before the ball gets into Chris Davis's glove, so you run out there, you argue, you tell him he was wrong, and he goes, well, I thought I was right, and the guy's out. Now they challenge. They usually get the play right.
Well, he was right there looking right at it.
Yeah, but it's so hard because you're listening. You know, they were talking about earlier, was the ball in the glove or did it actually hit the glove? Because umpires listen for the sound of the ball hitting the glove. That's the way they, because you're trying to, I mean, it's hard to see both of those things, even if you train for it. But Flaherty still made a very good play to even make it close, because if he doesn't catch it, great range. And they got it right.
That's what the replay system is all about, getting the call right, and they got it right.
And they even got the Andrews play right, but you know, the interference, except that the umpire didn't call it, he did.
Right,
that's what I think that's what annoyed. But not that they went to a challenge. They just, in their little discussion, they thought that the bat had hit Caleb Joseph's glove and then the ball, which it appeared that it did. Umpire just didn't see it. He waited till Andrews pointed, and
right, but
they got the call.
But what you just said was the key. He didn't see it. So the inning continues, and a swing and a miss by Martin. Still a nice effort by Ryan Flaherty.
Yeah, it was a great effort. Almost got an assist.
He was out again early today with Bobby Dickerson. He's working on his defense at third. Wants to be as sharp as possible. This is day 3 of the 5-game suspension for Machado. Check swing and appeal to third. Laz Diaz said he didn't go.
Well, I remember, our colleague Mike Bordick, when he worked with Miguel Tejada when he moved from short to third, and I think Mike had played something like 39 games when he first came up with Oakland, and he talked about drawing an X when you play third. You don't want to go laterally. You either want to come in to your left or to your right or back to both sides, and it cuts down the angles, or it allows you to easier access to catching balls. And so Bobby Dickerson certainly knows that kind of stuff, and that's what they work on. And then the throwing is different because it's different angle. One of the longer throws in baseball, other than maybe the shortstop in the hole, is that ball behind the bag at third.
And Tillman falls behind Martin, 3-1. Well, Flaherty's an important guy on this team because of his defensive versatility. He plays all 4 infield position. He also can play left and right. He probably could play center, although they've never tried him out there. And the rumor is he's the emergency catcher. And he is the backup to Hardy at shortstop if he's needed there. Scope has played shortstop in his minor league career, but since he's become pretty much the everyday second baseman, you'd like to keep him in one spot. Runner will go on 3-2 with 2 down. Big pitch for Tillman. And it's sliced foul.
Yeah, so just think how the ability to challenge a play that Ron Washington had, how many extra pitches Chris Tillman is having to throw. So it may not affect him here, pitch count now at 90, but certainly down the road. And it is a hot and humid night, which really shouldn't bother you, because if you're doing your work, you should be doing it outside. It's the only way you acclimate yourself to these climes.
Rios goes, grounded right at Chris Davis, down on a knee, gets up, steps on the bag, and the inning ends. So the 2-out single and a man left, mid-5th at Camden Yards. Birds come to bat, down by 3. Bank for the achiever in you, and congratulations to Ivan De Jesus Jr., who is playing at AAA Norfolk today, named to the International League All-Star team, and a solid, consistent season. 304 with 3 home runs, 32 RBIs, 35 runs scored, and an 801 OPS. Turned 27 in May, first year of the Orioles organization.
He's been around a little bit. Last year, he played for the Red Sox, with the Dodgers organization. So you get somebody, and has limited major league appearance. 8 at bats, or 8 actually, 8 at bats in the American League, and 40 games, 65 at bats for the Dodgers over the National League.
His dad played 15 years in the big leagues.
Yeah, he was playing for the Philadelphia in '83 when we played him in the World Series. So Michaelis still on the mound with a 4-run lead, or 3-run lead, excuse me, and pitching here in the 5th.
Hardy will lead off, then Scope and Flaherty. JJ singled with 2 down in the 2nd to extend his hitting streak to 6 in a row. And a strike at the knees on 1. JJ in his last 19 games, 24 for 71. And a good take outside. So that's a 338 clip now for JJ over his last 19 games. And you were talking about breaking out of that defensive slump. He's committed just 1 error in his last 20 games, including tonight.
Yeah, good breaking ball. Miles Michaelis is finding out, even at this level, if you make good pitches, you can get good hitters out. And his stuff plays up here. He's been from 90 to maybe 89 to 95. That was a really good slider. He's thrown some curve balls. Changeup, so not so good. There's a really good curve ball, and he strikes him out. So fastball down the middle. JJ takes it, and then he goes to work on it, and ends with the shoe top drop. And the count, 1 ball 2 strikes. It allows you to pitch out of the zone, and he does. And it's a good one.
Michaelis is the 11th different starter for the Rangers this year. After Joe Saunders started and lost the opener, he was designated for assignment, and Michaelis came up to take his spot. Scope will take a strike, 0-1. Jonathan flied out his first at bat. He's got a 3-game hitting streak going and is 7 for 27 on the homestand, which will end tomorrow night. This is game 10. Orioles are 5 and 4 on the homestand, trying to recover from dropping 3 of 4 to Tampa Bay. Off the end of the bat, shallow left center field. Charging in on it is the left fielder Choice, and he gets there for the out. And 2 away. Well, when the Orioles win, everybody wins all season long. When the Orioles win and score 5 or more runs, you get 50% off regular menu pricing when you order online at papajohns.com. Just enter the promo code Orioles5. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. Valid at participating Baltimore area Papa John's. Very pitch efficient for Michaelis as he works here in the 5th inning. Just 56 pitches. The Orioles, well, they have only 3 base hits, 3 base runners, and they have not had 2 base runners in the same inning yet in the game. And Flaherty takes a strike, 0-1.
Well, he, at least at this point, hasn't walked anybody, so he hasn't given the Orioles any help. When he's thrown the home run, it's been a solo shot by Adam Jones. 4 out of the first 5 innings, he's been able to get the leadoff batter on. So a lot of good things coming from this kid. And meanwhile, they have a 1-run inning and a 3-run inning, where they get 4 runs on the board, which is more than any of the other games. And Mike Maddox, his pitching coach, looking on, saying, "I really don't have to change anything." You know, the changeup, I mean, that's the one pitch I see. The curveball, he struck out Hardy. That's the one pitch that maybe he's not as good as the other. But he's got 4 choices tonight. And usually on any given night, you just want to have more than one, so they can't sit on one pitch.
Well, he threw 95 pitches in his last start for AAA Round Rock. That was last Thursday at Memphis. Good take, ball 3. In that game, he went 6 innings, 95 pitches to get through 6 innings, but allowed only 1 run while scattering 10 hits.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at some of the cities. So I wonder if the humidity was going to. He pitched in Albuquerque, no humidity. There's a good fastball. Sacramento, no humidity. Memphis, a lot of humidity. New Orleans, early June, a lot of humidity. So there's a good chance of it. El Paso. Altitude. We're just hot, but pretty dry.
Full count on Flaherty with 2 down. And he got him. So Michaelis, a 3-up, 3-down inning, his second of the night. And the Orioles through 5, trailing Texas 4-1. More O's action as the Birds will wrap up this 4-game series with Texas and the 11-game homestand. It'll be Wei-Yin Chen on the mound against Yu Darvish. Our coverage on MASN begins at 6:30 with O's Extra presented by Geico, and then game coverage at 7 o'clock. We've got all the access you need right here on MASN.
So Darvish, well, look at those numbers. A lot of strikeouts. Wei-Yin Chen, a little different type of pitcher, left-handed versus right-handed. Coming off a 3-home run performance. Did not pitch well Saturday against the Tampa Bay Rays. So Darvish, well, the Orioles know about him. When they had to go to the postseason in when they won 93 games in 2012, they had to go through Darvish, and they were able to win that ball game. Scored 5 runs, but it's not an easy task.
Beautiful sky. Did you see that?
Yes. Thought of Arizona highways.
There's Jimenez with a foul.
So get out of this inning. Good change up right there. Pitch count. Maybe even have a 12 pitch count so you get another 2 innings and take your chances. That's what Chris Tillman is thinking.
What'd you call them? Arizona highways?
Oh, no, Arizona highways is, I used to give them as Christmas gifts when I lived in Arizona. I grew up in Scottsdale, went to high school, college. But it's one of the most beautiful magazines, and it's the Southwest. So you get all those desert skies.
Gotcha. Have you ever been to Winslow, Arizona?
Yes, I have.
Oh, okay.
Clarksville. That's part of the song. Winslow.
Yeah. Don Fry there. Towards the gap. That's a base hit. Jimenez going with it. That's going to get by Adam and go to the wall. And Jimenez will pull in with a stand-up double. A leadoff double for Jimenez in the 6th. Next Wednesday, when the Orioles host the Washington Nationals, all fans will receive a special Nick Markakis Orioles t-shirt. Don't miss this unique design. It features a silhouette of Nick made up of words shared by his teammates on what the veteran outfielder means to them. So show your Birdland pride during the Battle of the Beltways and get your tickets by getting online at Orioles.com or by calling 888-848-BIRD. Look, they're back.
Oh, and that would even be prettier if it was a little earlier and the sun hadn't set.
Magneto Door shows bunt, and he takes it low, 1-0.
They're good eye because a lot of young hitters, and we talked about the fact that there is their #1 prospects coming into this year. He would have tried to bunt that anyway. So it wasn't a strike. He recognized that. And they want to add some runs. It has not been an easy ride for Chris Tillman tonight. Other than the 2nd inning? They've always had somebody on. He's been trailing the entire game.
Bunt and a beauty. Flaherty's got to hurry, and he got it there just in time.
They're about a half step. So very nice sacrifice. Small ball.
So they're up by 3. They're trying to go up by 4.
Yeah, Ron Washington was talking about Derek Holland, one of their really good left-handed pitchers, had microfracture knee surgery, so they were doing a simulated game. Perfect bunt. Angle of the bat, it's out in front of home plate, able to get it down. Flaherty does make a nice play. Not out by much, but he is out. He was talking about they brought up some of their phenoms to hit off of Aaron Holland, and they wanted them to bunt off of him to see if he could field his position, which he's still having trouble doing because of the surgery. He said none of them could bunt.
Wow.
And that did not make the skipper at the major league happy. Can you imagine that happening to Buck Joel? Same thing. So if you can't bunt in Double-A, why would you think you can bunt in the big leagues? But Odor could.
Swing and a miss, 1-1. And you know, Buck talks about that quite a bit, that when players reach the big leagues, very often in the minor leagues they're batting 3rd, 4th, or 5th, and on those teams they are not asked to bunt, so maybe they're not as adept as they should be, but that doesn't mean they can't work on it. You come to the big leagues, sharply hit, Flaherty gloves, he'll save a run and gets it across.
Yeah, he made that look like he's Manny Machado. And that was the guy that won the best fielder in the American League, the platinum glove. I mean, his ball's hit hard. Great reflexes. He checks the runner and then throws him out. A little bit low, but Chris Davis is over there. So for the moment, this saves the run. I mean, it's a hot corner. That's what they call it. And of course, Chris Davis paying attention in case Jimenez, who is a catcher, tried to go home.
First base is open. Right-handed bat is on deck. So Sin-Soo Choo has been up 3 times. He has been on base all 3 times. Will be walked intentionally.
Well, they walked his last 2 times anyway, so might as well put him on again. I think that goes back to that one number. Brad Brock, he's certainly loose in this weather. He's throwing last inning. Again, lefties this year, and that's a strange number because he usually gets lefties out better than righties. 282 coming in, and righties were down around 215.
Choo to first, so first and third with 2 down. Tillman needs a big out, trailing by 3, and Texas has 2 on.
Oh, these are the moments in the game where you can somewhat change momentum. They still have a 3-run lead, but you want to keep it at that. And it simply comes down who's going to win this battle. You just look at baseball games. Difference between sometimes, well, what do you do when you're 2-0, or do you get the clutch hit, or do you get to make the clutch pitch? Still trying to establish the curveball, or at least get it over. Not too many in the zone tonight.
Slot foul the other way, 1-1. Texas has lost 7 in a row on the road, and they have lost 4 straight here at Camden Yards. Ron Washington's team is a season low 9 below 500. They have lost 3 straight overall in 12 of their last 15 games.
Yeah, they had one of those 8-game losing streaks, and that's not what you want to have happen. Nice play by Joseph. Yeah. Boy, you got to be on your toes with Chris tonight. The curveball up, pulling the breaking ball. I mean, again, he just kind of over rotates here and straight down. And you could see Caleb sitting on the inside corner, and that ball bounces before it gets to him.
Two and one on Andrews. First and third, 2 down. Just outside, ball 3.
Yeah, missed with the changeup. My rookie year, they used to flip coins. Who had to warm me up? And Charlie
Wild, huh?
Oh, well, up and down, like Chris Tillman is tonight.
3-1 the count. Pena on deck is a left-handed batter. Line foul the other way.
You know, back then the catchers would just wear a mask. And Charlie Lau, he lost the coin flip, and he had to catch me one night in New York, and he said, "Kid, you don't mind if I actually put on all the equipment?" I said, "No, we should have a long career." Because that could hurt some people. And then in the minor leagues, in A-ball, you know, we only had like 2 catchers, so we used to warm each other up, and the lights weren't real good in some of the ballparks I played up in the Northern League, Aberdeen and Pier and Grand Forks and places like that. Yeah, I'm surprised guys didn't get hurt. We had some guys with pretty good arms learning how to pitch.
So 3-2. Shu will be off with the pitch. And he fouled it back.
Kind of tapping his back because he chased the ball out of the zone. In fact, he's probably swung at 3 balls that are right around Texas height of his uniform.
He's about to see the 7th pitch in this at bat. Andrews, 25 years old and already in his 6th season.
Yeah, look at that number, 145 with runners in scoring position. That's the one number. I mean, he had a great June, got back, at least got the average back where it's respectable, 30 for 100. But he's always been a pretty much up the middle right field hitter with occasional home runs. He's got 2 this year.
And 20 extra base hits to go with his 85 hits. 3rd straight 3-2 pitch to Andrews. And inside, ball 4. Very close pitch. And here comes Buck. Staring at the umpire as well as he walks out to the mound.
Oh, it's a good take. The ball is definitely inside.
Yeah.
You can see how far it is, but he looks like he's going to swing and then holds up. So eventually became pretty disciplined at the plate for the walk.
So Tillman leaves. Brock comes on. He'll inherit the bases loaded, 2 men down.
Bit everything out of sync. So again, right here, I mean, he's had some good at bats, but he gave up 4 runs, 3 of them earned, and the other one. So there are the numbers of again more walks than strikeouts, and the Jiffy Lube pitching change is good, especially when it's your oil getting changed at Jiffy Lube. Give your vehicle relief with regular oil changes at Jiffy Lube and help stretch the life of your engine. Although the well-being of this game is going to be with Brad Brock. So he comes in. He's really had a great homestand and a hit. 6 1/3 innings, has not given up a run. Those are the numbers. He's been up and down twice. So the lefties, and Pena is a left-hander who will hit against him a lot higher than the righties, but he's thrown the ball really well. And power changeup the last time, probably the best one I've seen from him.
He last worked on Saturday, and he faces Pena, and it's outside 1-0.
Yeah, the one thing you look at in the number they grade you by, 10 inherited runners, 3 have scored, so not a horrible number. And that's what he's trying to do here. Those are the numbers for Carlos. When he was younger and he was playing every day, home run guy, big time.
And a strike. Looked like the same pitch.
Yeah. Maybe a shade closer.
Yeah. Fans are getting on him. They umpire with their hearts. Pena is 0 for 3. He has flied out all 3 at-bats, now facing Brad Brock. Two and one as it goes from one side of the plate all the way inside.
Well, that's what happens with Brad. I mean, when his lines are good, in other words, front shoulder stays pretty close, his stuff is, I mean, really plays well at this level. And so up and down, what, twice this year, 5 times last year in 33 games with the Padres. But good velocity, nice little breaking ball, and a good changeup. But sometimes command issues, and can't afford to have that here with the bases loaded. There's a good pitch right on the corner.
Yeah, since coming back for the 3rd time, that was June 21st, and he's been here since.
And he's well aware of that. Yeah, I think he just gets a little bit quick, and you get anxious, and you'd like to be able to stay over the pitching rubber long to make sure that you load, and then you go in the direction north and south. And sometimes we start swinging our shoulders and legs and whatever if you're pitching, and can't pause enough to actually use your height, because he's a big kid, close to being 6'5".
Big pitch here, 2-2. And bounce to Davis. Chris plays the hop, slips, and then gets to the base unassisted. His feet came out from under him, but he stayed with it. So Texas strands him loaded. Good job by Brock. Bottom of the 6th coming up. Birds down by 3.
Going in the 2nd inning, leadoff walk to Chu, and then the interference. Buck Showalter, Andrews, the umpire, then with runners in 1st and 2nd, 3-2 count. Ball right down the right field line for Peltry. Andrews with very good speed makes it 3-0. They add another run. Leonis Martin off the leg and glove of Chris Tillman. And then the Orioles, the 16th home run of the year. The only run so far tonight for Adam Jones. And those are your Geico highlights. 15 minutes could save you up to 15% or more on your car insurance.
And Tillman with Miguel Gonzalez, Wei and Chen there as well. Maybe Miguel telling Chris what he saw.
Well, it's never, you always, Chris, pretty good self-assessor. And you should work for the tax department, because you got a pretty good idea of what's going on. And they'll say, well, I was behind too many guys. I didn't really pitch that badly, but we didn't score a lot of runs. That could have been a lot better, and that's what you do as you're a starting pitcher. There are games sometimes when you give up 4 runs going into the 6th inning, when your team scores you 6, 7, 8, and you go, hey, that wasn't that bad. But you still know in the back of your mind it could have been better, and that's one of those games. But the Orioles, 3 runs down.
Right. Great job by Brock.
We got another 12 outs to do some damage here.
So now with Dave Wallace talking it over, or trying to talk it over, as Caleb fouls it back 1-1. In the first 2 games in this series, the lower third of the Orioles lineup, 7, 8, and 9, combined for 5 RBIs and 8 runs scored. Tonight they're combined 1 for 5, no RBIs, no runs scored.
Yeah. There's a good pitch. I mean, the stuff's still good. The last strikeout of Ryan Flaherty, he chased a couple of pitches out of the zone, was in 95. So you just keep rolling along, throwing your strikes, making your pitches. They have not added, talking about Texas, added any runs for him since the 3rd. There's another good pitch, just a little bit of slider. It starts in the middle of the plate. So if you're Caleb Joseph, you're going to try to attack it. And it really doesn't break away. It just goes down. I mean, it's just a nice little breaking ball. You know, the movement gets him. I think it's going to slide a little bit away from you, and the bottom drops out. So it gets on top of it. That's how you do that. Big kid at 6'3". He's been really good tonight.
Yeah, getting ahead. That's his 4th strikeout. He did not strike out a batter until the 4th inning. Nick has grounded out to first, grounded out to second. Nick is now 10 for 40 on the homestand, so 250.
Yeah, just trying to get a guy on here. I mean, that's what you want to do, middle innings.
Ball 2.
Yeah, see, that's the changeup, and it's almost like it's a wasted pitch. They keep throwing it, but it's meaningless because he hasn't thrown one over yet.
The teaching still going on.
Well, Dave Wallace knows his stuff. I mean, at all levels, farm system and pitching coach. You know, had some, the Kurt Schillings of the world. Had, Johan Santana, a couple of Cy Young awards up in New York. And you draw from all those things, and he's really a nice man, and he knows. I mean, that's kind of like George Bamberger. George pitched 15 years in the Pacific Coast League, and so he knew about pitching, and then you'd run through the wall for him. And he always treated you fairly, and he wasn't a front runner.
Ball 3. Well, the thing about Dave that really took here is when he first came on and he met all the pitchers, he didn't try to force his will on the pitchers. He wanted to know what he could do to help them, learn them. And as the year has gone on, as he has seen things and developed relationships, now the suggestions are going. And ball 4, and there's the first walk, and the Orioles get a 1-out base runner.
Yeah, and Mike Maddox is going to look at that, because that, like you said, is the first free pass.
Well, as promised earlier in the game, we'll get a look at our AT&T's fan photo. And another photo from here at Camden Yards. They're having fun.
I think they're basically, he's about to say they scored how many runs in the 6th inning? Anyway, Maddox is coming out because this is going to give whoever's getting up in their bullpen a chance. Andrews, Elvis came running in from shortstop. Jason Frazier, who pitched last night, actually threw the ball well. So he just got a little tune-up inning. And Mike Maddox probably said, hey, don't change anything other than you didn't really want to walk that guy, but he did. But again, he's a ground ball guy, so he can, with one pitch, get right where he wants to be out of the inning. And the Orioles, with Steve Pearce as hot as anybody in this lineup coming up, Orioles with one swing can get right back into this game.
Which is why you didn't want to walk the guy ahead of Steve Pearce.
Well, but he didn't mean to. You know, just happy you think you're going to make your pitches. Thought the change up, even though he hasn't thrown one for a strike tonight, was the right pitch. and then all of a sudden you find yourself 2-1. You try to hit the corner, you don't, and next thing you know, you've done what you didn't want to do.
Pierce is 0 for 2. He's flied out to center field twice. And a good take, 1-0.
He kept waiting for Toby Basner's arm to go up. And slider just a shade off the outside corner. Well, that's been the pattern. Trying to get him out is, breaking balls away, run the ball in on him. When you're really aggressive, sometimes you'll chase out of the zone.
And another good take.
Yeah, it really is. That was kind of like the slider that Joseph, except it wasn't on the plate, so it went down and away.
Now the veteran Pena is going to go grab some rosin so he can give him a word of encouragement.
Well, it's frustrating for everybody involved, including Miles Michaelis, when you start losing your command, and it's hot and humid. It is the big leagues. First time you've been out there, so I'm sure there was a tremendous adrenaline rush early on, doing something for the first time.
Look for a pitch here. Ball.
Oh, out. That ball was off the corner. That was a generous strike. That's way off the corner.
Wow.
Runs back a little bit, but not even close.
So instead of 3-0.
Yeah, well, that's just a horrible call. And you can see him sitting on the inside corner, so he's looking across the plate.
Ball 3.
So this will be his last hitter if he doesn't get Pierce out. There's no reason to go any longer with him. You got a veteran in the bullpen. That is if he starts walking guys.
And you mentioned it last night with Martinez on the mound. Pitches that minor league hitters chase, they don't chase here.
Well, Steve Pierce has a pretty good idea when he wants to hit here. Hitters down to 3-1.
Get straight down.
The one thing about Miles Michaelis tonight is that he's got pretty good movement.
Yeah.
His velocity is, again, it hasn't been a constant 95 or 3 or 1. I mean, he's changed speeds. I don't know if he's trying to do it on purpose. But, maybe one's a four-seamer, one's a sinker. Because a lot of times there can be a mile, 2-dial difference. But at the end of the day, when he's thrown the ball over, he's been tough to hit. So when he stops doing that, if he stops doing it, that's when the Rangers will make a change.
3-2 with Markakis at first, 1 down. Big pitch coming up for Michaelis. Nick runs, and it's inside, ball 4. So he's walked back-to-back hitters, and the Orioles get the tying run to the plate. And let's get a look at this pitch-by-pitch of Steve Pierce. Very good at-bat by Steve.
Well, you got a 3-run lead, so let's go pitch to pitch. The slider just off the corner. Another slider low. Gets a generous call here, so he's back in the count. Misses down and away, 3-1. And then the foul ball, and then the ball just, it's on the plate, but it's low.
So Michaelis leaves. Frazier comes on. O's have the tying run coming to the plate.
A little bit wild here in the 6th. Only the solo home run, doesn't give up a lot of hits, keeps the ball around the plate, and as you can see from the bottom of the graphic, responsible for runners at first and second. So a chance to win, cannot lose. And the veteran Jason Frazier comes on and actually threw the ball really well last night. You can see the records, and he's been pitching very well as of lately.
Well, the man he's about to face, Adam Jones, doubled off him last night. He pitched 2/3 of an inning, gave up that one hit.
Yeah, there was a hanging change-up splitter, and Adam nailed it into the corner. That's pretty good. 71% of stranded runners.
Adam has the Orioles' lone RBI on the night with his 4th inning solo home run. He is 4 for 14 against Frazier, including that double last night. So a big moment in this game as the Orioles held to just 1 run on 3 hits. Over the first 5 innings, get a couple of walks from Michaelis. They chase him. And now Adam Jones comes up with 1st and 2nd and only 1 down. Markakis the lead runner, Pierce the trail runner, and as you saw, Pena's playing behind Pierce, so he'll get a bigger lead. Pena behind Pierce, even though there's a right-handed bat up. Looks to cut off that hole the other way.
Yeah, so the 36-year-old right-hander, I mean, veteran guy, he's closed on occasion. He's been in the American League since 2004. Came up with Toronto, White Sox in the last couple of years with Texas. There's a good slider.
Here's Adam in the 4th inning. He got into it.
Yeah, well, hanging slider, and one of the few mistakes Michaelis made, other than the walks here in the 6th. Well, you can tie it with a home run, but you can keep the merry-go-round going with a soft single or ground ball up the middle. Kind of put the shift on Adam Jones. Odor playing way up the middle.
And they're trying to cut off a ground ball.
Well, we saw him throw out Adam last night. He fielded a ball on the right side of second base. So
here is hits by direction on the year. Well, it's actually 22 hits to right. That's pretty good.
Well, it started in early June. I mean, not only was he getting hits, he was hitting home runs to right field.
And a strike call.
Well, Jimenez moves in, and he misses right down the middle, knee high. Missed his spot, but certainly effective.
So Jones down in the count 0-2. In the dirt, gets away from Jimenez, and both runners advance. A huge break for the O's.
Well, there's a split change, and it just bounces it. Obviously, Jimenez light, but it's out in front of home plate, so that's a tough call. Tries to get the body in front, which he does, but it bounces up and then off his, it looks like his left arm. And so the double play no longer in order. They're going to play their infield back because it's 4-1. They're going to concede 1 run to save that 3rd run. But the only place you can't drive in a run is a ground ball, at least on the ground, is right back to the pitcher. Or maybe right to Pena.
Yeah, Pena just moved in about 4 steps. A ball and 2 strikes on Jones, 2 in scoring position with 1 out. Upstairs with a fastball. Trying to get him to chase, he wouldn't do it.
Well, not only that, if you got to go back to the first inning, and Toby Basner called a high slider that was almost that height, but it had a little more of the plate. So in the back of your mind, don't think Adam is wondering where the top of that strike zone is. He knows where it should be, but just doesn't know where it is tonight.
2-2 is lifted. Right center field, deep enough to score Markakis. Rios will get the call on the catch and a fire back in. Pierce goes to third, sac fly and an RBI, and it's a 2-run game.
So how big is that wild pitch? That gets the runners to second and third, and otherwise it's just a long out. A couple of walks and a sacrifice fly, and now all of a sudden another pitch because heads up play by Steve Pierce because he tags up and goes to third. And you don't want to be pitching to Cruz, who's going to come to the plate up in the zone.
So Adam has a 2 RBI night. He now has 51 ribbies on the year. And here is Mr. Cruz, who was robbed of a home run. His first at bat, Leonis Martin, a leaping grab at the fence. And then he struck out in the fourth. So even though Chris Tillman did not have his stuff, he kept it as is after falling behind 4-0 in the third. Now the Orioles are back within 2.
And then Brad Brock came in and got him out of a bases loaded situation. So that's what. And that kind of lets everybody maintain interest in this game. The Rangers, they don't have a significant lead anymore because of that.
Texas has out hit the Orioles 7-3. Orioles' last hit was the home run by Jones in the fourth. They've gone a turn through the lineup without a hit. One and one on a swing and a miss. Aggressive cut.
Yeah, well, he showed us a good fastball last night. Hung the changeup, and that's what Jonesy hit. But he was throwing 93, 94, and he does have a changeup and a slider to go with it, and they know that. Nelson in one of those mini slumps. He talked about how the kind of a roller coaster ride, and 4 for his last 34, but 3.
Left field, pretty deep. Back it goes. It's over the head of the left fielder choice. And Nelson Cruz puts on the brakes and hustles back. It's a 1-run game on the single by Cruz.
But in those 4 hits, and it almost became hit number 5. It is a hit. 3 of those home runs. I mean, he scorches this ball. He hits it so hard that Michael Choice can't even get back to catch it. I mean, he tries to get it. I mean, over his head. So again, there's Steve Pierce to make it 4-3, and then Nelly comes around first base. The play's in front of him, and when you see, it's how quickly a left fielder gets to the ball, because the last thing with Chris Davis coming up, you want to get thrown out at second base for the last out, and the play's in front of you. He did make a good throw, but you can't anticipate that.
Right. Cruz came out today for some early BP, taking swings against the curveball machine.
And Chris Davis hit off the tee.
Yep.
With Buck Showalter kind of talking. And I already see a little bit more of a closed stance. And by that I mean, the right foot maybe a little bit closer to home plate. Just trying to get a more balanced approach.
Outside.
Oh, these guys. I mean, he constantly keeps calling pitches that aren't strikes. That ball well off the plate. And I'm not, it's not because the Orioles are hitting. I'd say the same thing if, they were pitching. I mean, look how far outside that ball is. It's atrocious umpiring. You got to have an idea. The league wants you to call the balls that are over the plate, not the ones that are 3-4 inches outside.
The stance, Jim, of Davis.
Yeah, so maybe that right foot a little bit closer to home plate, just a touch.
Chris is 0 for his last 21 with his 0 for 2 tonight. Upstairs, 1-1. The early session today with Jim Presley and Chris, with Buck Showalter not only monitoring or giving some suggestions, was to get Chris thinking, hitting the opposite way. He didn't take pitches. Everything was off the tee. When he hits it the opposite way, he is a very good hitter. And now Chris talking to Toby Basner.
Well, that's 2 strikes that were off the plate.
And instead of
And just think if you're hitting, you think you know the strike zone, but you don't know his strike zone because it's been all over the place tonight. And I know he's a young umpire, but hey, still the big leagues.
So Davis in a hole 1 and 2 with 2 down. And here's earlier today with Davis working on the going the opposite way, and you see with his Buck Showalter, there's a soft toss, and then they went to the swing, so no pitching. But and Buck motioning, go that way, and here's the swing to hit it that way. This was very early this afternoon.
Well, the tee doesn't lie. Seems like it's simple. And it's just really trying to get what the path of the bat head is.
Outside, ball 3.
I still remember, one of my favorite guys and a longtime teammate, really great pinch hitter and hitting instructor was Terry Crowley, the king of swing. And he said he learned about the tee when he went over to the Reds in '75 and '6, played on 2 World Championship teams, and he saw Bench, and he saw Rose, and he saw Perez, and he saw Joe Morgan. And they used to hit off the tee, and they used to work the whole field. Ted Glaziski was the hitting instructor. And Crow said, wait a minute, this must work if these guys are doing it.
Cruz will be off with the pitch, 3 and 2 and 2 down, and it's fouled back, heading to the upper deck. Frazier has thrown 6 pitches to Chris Davis. So this will be the 7th.
Well, if you're Chris Davis, do you really know where the outside corner is? No. So you're going to expand. He's been doing that lately anyway. And of course, Frazier is saying, where can I go? It's really not something he can drive and maybe get him to chase. Look where all the pitches are. And 2 of them were called.
And the 3-2 is fouled off. Yeah. Davis in his last 19 games, including tonight, is 7 for his last 64. He can make up for that with a big hit here. That is a 109 clip in his last 19 games. Pena's lurking behind Cruz at first, but he's not holding the bag. Nelly will go on the pitch. And the 3-2 is low ball 4. He walked him. And Chris Davis wins that battle.
That's 3 walks in this inning. Here comes Mike Maddox. I think the one thing about Chris Davis, and he did hurt his oblique. We don't know if he's healthy or not. I mean, he's the type of guy. He played with a bad shoulder 2 years ago, and that's bothered him and whatever. So when you have the kind of year he had, or the year before, with 33 home runs, then 53 home runs, you leave everybody in RBIs, and you're going to play. And sometimes you play through being injured to some degree. And if you think about the dynamics of hitting, and I'm not talking about 53 home runs, just hitting. The pitcher winds up. You're pitching to a guy that's got big target all over him because of what he's done the last 2 years. And you got 4/10 of a second to make up your mind. There's Neil Cott's getting loose. So we saw Pareda pitching and throwing 97 last night. So it's a lot of stuff going on that we don't always know about. He's hitting like he's hurt, and he's hitting like he doesn't have a lot of confidence. And hopefully he's not hurt, and the confidence will come around. And that's why you got another 79, 80 games to pull that off. And it's still a guy you want on your team. You'll go to war with, as is J.J. Hardy, who's, look at that batting average, much higher than normal. Home runs down.
Tying run is in scoring position at second. Go ahead run on at first here in the 6th. J.J.'s 1 out of 2. Those at bats against the starter Michaelis, who began this inning and was lifted after back-to-back walks. And towards the middle and off the glove of Andrews. There's a base hit. And here's Cruz coming to the plate to tie the game. J.J. Hardy delivers, and we are tied.
Well, one of the better fastball hitters on the team. So Miles Michaelis right here. I mean, it's a fastball outside middle, and he just hits it right back up the middle. Boy, does he back that ball up and stay through it. Andrus trying to knock it down, makes a nice effort. Here comes Cruz. So again, a lot of range, just couldn't quite get to it because it was hit hard.
And outstanding base running by Davis. He never stopped. He ends up at third.
Cruz actually hesitated. He didn't really pick up Bobby Dickerson, and I don't know if he thought the ball was going to be caught or knocked down, but Bobby Dickerson at third waved him in, and that's your tying run.
Yeah, I guess he figured as he's approaching third, if Andrus gloves it, he doesn't want to run into an out. So good job there by Dickerson. Here's Scope. Go ahead, run at third with 2 down. Those have come back. Breaking ball for a strike.
Hanger.
Jonathan, the last couple of games, has not been as aggressive on the first pitch of the at-bats. And he's hitting 3 straight games.
Well, I think he's finding out that you don't want to be swinging at pitchers' pitches or pitches you're not looking for till you get deeper in the crown. And that's part of the maturation of a hitter. It doesn't mean you're not going to get a good pitch to hit early on, but it's got to be your pitch, not his like that.
0-2, so Frazier comes on. He allows 2 inherited runners to score and then a runner of his own to score. As J.J. Hardy has a 2-hit night. 29th multi-hit game. Michaelis, a no decision. He had the lead when the inning began. Scope fouls it off to stay alive at 0-2.
And Chris Tillman, you made a good point. Battle really did not have. Probably give himself a C+ for battling, and stuff-wise, command-wise, just not what we've seen over the last 4 starts. But he hangs in there, and he never gives away the big inning. And when they do have a 3-run inning, still able to get out of that inning to keep it at that.
Yep.
Those are the little battles you fight during a ball game. You know, you have to really control your emotions. You're giving up 3 more runs than you wanted back in the 3rd inning, and that's what you kept it at. And the Orioles have come back to tie.
0-2 on Scope. Runners at first and third. Inside, nearly hit him.
Just missed the jersey. Got to go to the David Wells jersey. The blouse effect.
Managers looking on. And Washington pondering a lead that evaporated. Buck Showalter's team back in it. In a tie game now in the 6th. Not one even closer to hitting it.
Well, certainly not as sharp as he was last night. And there's another splitter. And it just hangs. Stays up.
Amazing on the Exmo there. The ball was actually by him before it reacted to it.
Well, that's it. You know, the focus with 2 strikes is I got to cover everywhere. Got to make contact if I can.
Lined right to Odor at second base, and the inning ends. But the Orioles get 8 men to the plate and score 3, and we are starting over. We'll head to the 7th in a 4-4 game. 7th, and the Orioles coming back from 4-0 down. And hi everybody, Jim Hunter and Jim Palmer. And the way the Orioles have been swinging the bats, you expected a run, and really Tillman not on his game, but he kept him in it. Now it's a tie game.
Yeah, and Miles Mikolas, is the first major league start. It was actually very good till the 6th inning. Walked a couple of guys. Wild pitch. Frazier came in, sacrificed fly, a couple of hits, and the Orioles are able to tie it up. So I think the mindset's always been the Rangers are wounded. You want to win the first 3 games. Mikolas had a pretty good save. Didn't look like that was going to happen until he got either maybe a little bit tired because Darvish is pitching tomorrow. So now all of a sudden he's got a tie ball game. It's going to be the battle of the bullpen, and we'll see who wins that one.
Yeah, if you're trying to win a series and you've won the first 2 and you got the ace going in the finale, this is the game you'd like to get, especially now after coming back from 4-0 down. And Brad Brock came on and stranded the bases loaded. Got that big final out of the 6th. So now he'll go through a dangerous part of the Texas lineup with Beltre leading off. And strike 1.
Well, he certainly has the stuff to get anybody out because in the one pitch, as I mentioned last inning when he came in, it's kind of tough to throw it when maybe you don't trust it, was the changeup. Because I asked him, did you ever start in pro ball? And he said, no, only in college. So another acquisition by Dan Duquette.
Yep.
Certainly paying off dividends.
Is the second pitcher to come out of Monmouth University, where he went to school to pitch in the big leagues. Ed Halicki was the other from your era. 3-pitch strikeout of Beltre.
Well, you don't see that too often because he usually gets on everything. But 94. I throw him a good slider and then he just throws it by him. Amazing. Balls move even at 94 miles per hour. If you can have that kind of velocity and pretty good location, get ahead of hitters, a lot of good things can happen.
So a 3-pitch strikeout. Here's Rios. And there's a strike.
Hey,
I love how aggressive he is, Jimmy. He just goes right at him.
Well, normally when he's pitching well, and if you go back and look at all the other years, and I was talking to him last week on the bench, and look at that changeup. That's a power changeup that I didn't see earlier in the year. And his last couple of starts, and I said, did you have that? He said, no, I worked on it, and because if you have 3 pitches like this, slider. We already saw 94, 95, and look at the changeup go down. It's almost like a split-fingered fastball.
Just outside. Well, that's the pitch, the changeup, that is becoming a weapon on this staff. Dave Wallace and Dom Chidi, they tell these guys this is something that can help you. And to the credit of the players have to do the work. They have to learn, and they have. So if you didn't have a changeup, or you didn't have a changeup you thought was good, now it's improving and it's becoming a weapon.
Well, yeah, and of course that changes for every particular guy. Like Darren O'Day worked on it with having a mind by Todd Froworth in spring training, who was a submariner, similar arm. He's a scout in the Oriole organization, and there you go, 93. So again, you don't have to throw it a lot, but if they know you have it and it's as good as the one he threw, 93, pretty much in the middle of the plate, is going to get you out. So you add a pitch, you put another, maybe a little doubt in the hitter's minds. Everybody says, hey, I didn't know he had a changeup. I didn't know he had that good a changeup. But you still have to know when to throw it, especially in a tie game in the late innings.
Beltre didn't know.
Well, he's going, hey,
who's this guy?
Where did they get this guy? National League, San Diego.
Bunt, pretty good one. Flaherty barehanded pickup and won't get him. It's off the bag, and there's a bunt single. So Martin, who can fly, has 2 infield hits in this game and a 2-out single. Fans, the Orioles are hosting the AL East rival Yankees in a pivotal 3-game weekend series that will end the first half. It all begins a week from Friday, July 11th at Oriole Park. Tickets are going fast, so don't miss out. The exciting weekend in Birdland. Plus, for each game, we're encouraging fans to bring any non-perishable food items and cash donations to the ballpark to benefit the Maryland Food Bank as part of the annual Orioles Reach Food and Funds Drive. For tickets, Orioles.com or call 888-848-BIRD. Yankees lost again to Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay swept it So New York has now lost 5 in a row, and they're below 500, and they pick them off at first base. Davis running them down to second, and the tag by Scope. Jeff Nelson said he tagged him, and Brad Brock picks off Leonis Martin, who was going on movement. 7th inning stretch here at Oriole Park. Here are the Orioles due-up, brought to you by Mazda. Ryan Flaherty, Caleb Joseph, and Nick Markakis in a tie game. Off a good base runner.
Well, again, I mean, quick move. Martin with 36 steals last year, 17 now, caught 8 times this year. So not the kind of percentage you want. Certainly want to get him into scoring position. And then the tag by Scope on the back. Davis runs at him, and Neil Kotz comes on. So back in the big leagues, Round Rock last year. 2012, 2013, this year, done a nice job for him. Did not pitch in either of the games, but all 3 over the weekend in Minnesota.
So Frazier, 2/3 of an inning, he allows a run plus 2 inherited runners to score. And he'll go to work now on Ryan Flaherty, a left-handed batter, then Caleb Joseph, a righty, and then Nick Markakis, a lefty.
Yeah, we first saw Neil Kotz, at least in the American League, all the way back in 2003-04 with the White Sox. And then, well, you look down at a guy's career record, and then you see injured or you see no numbers, you know he had Tommy John, and he did. And it's the ligament transplant, named after the real good left-handed pitcher with 288 lifetime wins. Tommy John.
Flaherty is 1 out of 2, showing bunt, and he takes a strike. Ryan does work on his bunting. And getting near bedtime, Daddy. No, I got my rally cap on, son. We got to stay. And the older brothers have their rally caps on. So he got his binky there. He's going to try to calm down.
Well, the home run by Ryan Flaherty against Tampa Bay was off a lefty. It was off Ramos. 3-run home run. Hung a slider. That one a little bit off the plate. So maybe you get a fastball here. It doesn't have to be a home run. Just get on. Orioles then have some options. Caleb Joseph on deck. We've seen him be able to bunt. So
good take, ball 3. One thing about Ryan, he works. He doesn't just go about it. I mean, he's out here early. Today he was out here for early hitting, early fielding, and there it goes! Way back, and it and the Orioles have the lead.
So bring on the lefties. Probably wouldn't be hitting if Manny Machado wasn't suspended. Wouldn't even be playing. But that's not the case. The last 2 home runs off the lefties. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Jim. And another $500 to Terry Gonzalez of Glen Burnie. She is our Maryland lottery contestant of the game. So that is another $500. So $1,500 for the night.
And another thing, and just you can't overlook, is Joseph takes a big hack. I mean, here we go. 3-1 fastball, and it's gone. It's where he likes it. Strong, gets to look for his pitch, and then launches it. Not a cheapie either. Way back out on Utah Street, I think. Well, it would have gone.
The back of the flat court looked like it hit the pillar. Check swing, fouled off into the Oriole dugout.
But you go back and look at this game. Jimenez with a leadoff double in the 6th off at Tillman, trying to have an easy inning, and then Odor sacrifices him over, and Choice hits a rocket down on the third baseline, and who catches it? Flaherty. As it turns out, they'll get a couple of base on balls, and Brock comes in and gets out of the inning. So again, it's not only the home runs, it's the fact that if you're going to miss a Gold Glover, Platinum Glover like Manny Machado, you have somebody who can play third base and do it well.
I know it doesn't translate over into the game because BP is not game speed, and there's where it hit. The ushers are showing, because if it hits Utah Street, it has to be documented. Then you get the plaque.
So what got in the way?
In
one of those balls?
Yeah.
Oh, right there? Is that where it went?
Well, they're still on the flag court there. So, but during BP today, as Joseph awaits a 2-2 pitch, strike 3 called on the outside corner, so 1 away. The last round of the round, they played hit it hard, so basically hit it out. And Manny Machado and Ryan Flaherty went into a playoff with David Lowe, and it went to a double playoff, and Manny beat Ryan Flaherty. But Ryan Flaherty, when he hit his out, that's where he hit him. It's exactly where that home run went. Now, again, I realize it doesn't translate over.
Yeah, but let's get to the important thing. Right before that pitch, we saw Ryan Flaherty kind of duck his front shoulder, because that's what he worked on before they went to that last round, which is to stay closed, especially against the lefty, which he did.
And you were there and you saw it.
And use the whole field, and then you get into the counts, the 3-1 counts, the 2-0 counts, the 1-0 counts, when you get a little confidence. And then, Jim Presley knows. I mean, he was a big-time home run guy. You look away, you react in. But 3-1, you're looking for your pitch, and he got it. And that's why the Orioles have a 1-run lead. He didn't miss it.
So now Buck can go to the 8th and begin the matchup.
And one of his mentors, B.J. Surhoff, who worked with him all winter, he was here today.
And B.J. observed and watched Manny win it.
Yeah, he lost his razor blades, but he was here.
Shallow center field. There's Andrews.
So easy. B.J. He goes, yeah, but I don't have to be on television.
That's right.
I said, you can look any way you want. You're B.J. Surhoff. Come on.
Well, you can back your birds during the second half of the season and enjoy Major League savings by reserving your Birdland Summer 6-pack. You'll get a ticket to any of the 6 games of your choice for the remainder of the season, and you get savings up to 20% off the cost of single game tickets. So lock in your seats now. The most anticipated games and promotions of the summer, and save. For all the details, Orioles.com/6-pack or call 888-848-BIRD. Aaron O'Day getting loose, so Buck can begin matching up as we go to the 8th. Inside, 1-0. You shave on days off?
I'm Jim Palmer. I shave every day. Come on.
Excuse me, I forgot you have a public. You went too far in the
No, come on. I'm kidding, because I heard you at the cage say I don't shave on days off. So I'm learning a lot about you today. You go kayaking in Ocean City.
Well, I tried it once. Didn't work out that well. I am not going back in that kayak again.
So you don't shave. I hope you don't leave the house.
What do you mean? I have to stay home. It's only me and Bonnie now. Everybody else moved out.
Yeah, right. Well, Probably because you don't shave. So there you go.
A 2-1 on Pierce, who drew a big walk in the 6th inning rally. Came around the score. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
They're trying to stay away from the fastball. Put something with a little bit of a wrinkle on it. And it was a little slider.
And let's not forget, Jim, it's yet another multi-home run game. That's 6 consecutive games now with multi-home run games. 12 straight games with a home run. Who's trying to extend his hitting streak to 5 in a row. So in the 8th for O'Day, it's the lower third of the lineup. Jimenez, Odor, and Choice. All 4 hitters on the bench for Texas tonight are right-handed batters. Any available lefty was put in the lineup tonight. And only 4 of them on the Rangers team. Ooh. Just a bit outside.
Yeah, Neil Kotze was a second-round pick by Oakland, 2001. And then the amazing thing, he was traded 2002 after that season. Remember Dayland Holt? No, that's the point. Yeah, number 2nd round left-hander, breathing, traded for a guy we never heard of. He's pitched in the big leagues since the next year. Went to Chicago and then eventually with the Cubs across town.
I do remember him with the White Sox.
Oh yeah. Well, he pitched there a little bit of 2003, 4, 5, and then into 6. And then he went over to the National League and hurt the arm after 2009 season, still with the Cubs.
3-2 on Pierce. Upstairs, ball 4. And Pierce draws his 2nd walk of the night, and the inning continues. There's no activity in the Texas bullpen. Well, he's 0 for 2, but he's been on base twice. And that gets Mr. Jones up. Adams had a good night.
Well, Kotze actually, at least average-wise, he gets righties out better than lefties. So I guess they feel comfortable.
Adam with a sac fly, his last plate appearance. That was another point of discussion at the batting cage today, is the value of sac flies. And you brought up a good point talking to the hitters about why pitchers try to avoid those 1st and 3rds.
One of the cardinal rules, if you can keep it from happening, and can't always do that, but
Steve Pearce had a sac fly last night after Markakis had a 2-run double. Flaherty's home run here in the bottom of the 7th has given the Orioles the lead. A sac fly by Jones in the 6th got it to 4-2.
And then if they don't have the wild pitch, if Frazier doesn't come in and bounce it, it's a fly ball to center. Because that was the runners were at 1st and 2nd via the walk.
And a balk has just been called. So that'll put a runner in the scoring position with 2 down.
Yeah, you can see, well, he started his windup and stepped off, but I think he had already started his hands and still had contact that back foot, which is his left foot. And you could step off and then move your hands, but if you move your hands and then stop them and you're still in contact with the rubber, it's a balk.
Both Jeff Nelson at 2nd and Scott Barry at 1st called it at the same time. They both saw it. Line drive, softly hit left field. That ball's going to fall in for a base hit. And here's Pierce coming to the plate, and he will score. It's a 2-run inning and a 6-4 Oriole lead.
Now the wild pitch gets him over, and Jonesy gets him in. 3rd RBI of the night. Well, we got the major league average at 77 miles per hour off the bat. This is all over the fist. So he dumps it in. Works on a short game, and here comes Pierce, who runs well for a home run guy.
The balk hurts Texas.
Does it ever?
6 unanswered runs by the Orioles in a 3 RBI night for Adam. Cruz hit the hardest single maybe of the year his last at bat. He pops it up. Beltre at third will call. And the Orioles are done here in the 7th, but not before they get the lead. Ryan Flaherty facing the lefty, leading off the inning. He gets into one deep onto the flag court. The Orioles add a run and lead it 6-4. Promised earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. How about Brad Brock coming on?
Well, he comes on with the bases loaded in relief of Chris Tillman and does a marvelous job. Needs to get an out, bases loaded, 4-1 lead at the time, and pretty routine play other than Chris Davis loses his footing, makes the out, and he comes in and pitched very, very well as the Orioles mount a comeback. Again, now leading this 6-4. So Darren O'Day are deep inside the numbers. Fastball's 56, breaking ball 44, and we talked about a changeup. So here's a guy that worked on his changeup, but when you come in and pitch in these situations, you want to use your best pitches. So again, if he was a mop-up guy, Tippy Martinez, that was one of the things. Great fastball, great curveball. Everybody said, you need a third pitch. He goes, when am I going to throw it? It's a really good point because his other stuff was so good, and that's the way it is with Darren O'Day. Mr. Consistency. An inning earlier in the series where he didn't give up anything.
So Brad Brock now in line for a win if the Orioles can get 6 outs. Jimenez, Odor, and Choice here in the 8th, or at least due here in the 8th. O'Day pitched a scoreless inning last night. It was his first appearance since last Saturday, and he struck out the side. Also hit Beltre with 2 down, but he had 3 strikeouts for the outs.
Yeah, hit him with a spinner, a little breaking ball that he didn't quite get on top or on the side of it.
Hard hit right at Flaherty, and of course it's right at Flaherty. 1 away.
Well, Jimenez having a really nice night with the bat. I mean, he smokes this ball. He's got to work on his direction. I mean, a BB. So you're playing off the line. I mean, there's a difference. You get a 1-run lead, you might be cheating the line a little bit. 2-run lead, you play off because you're worried about a ball hit to your right, which could be the tying run. So again, that extra add-on run gives the Orioles a little bit of a wiggle room, and they can play a little bit different defensively.
Orioles pinching in just in case Odor bunts.
Well, with his speed, he's the type of guy that he's young and he wants to get on. It looks like he has a pretty good sense of the game. You want to make sure that he hits the ball by you, not in front of you, especially at first and third.
Pulls it down the line and foul.
They're really quick bat. I saw that last night. Tommy Hunter came in, pitched well, got a double play ball, but he's throwing 98 and just smacked it up the middle. Well, the one thing what came in lined out his first time, but he came in. So what is he, 3 for 9 in this series? And there's Ben Rowan, another submariner. We saw him the first night after going 6 for his 33, and that's what Ron Washington was saying. Hey, young hitters are going to have slumps, but how do they handle it? What kind of at bats do they have as they're going through? Are they still quality at bats? Dave Magadan, who did a terrific job in Boston and he's down in Texas, was a very good hitter himself. And we'll try to just make sure they don't lose confidence and don't lose their approach or the process of trying to get back on track.
1-2 on Odor. And he got him. Down on strikes goes Odor, and 2 men down.
Just up the ladder. Now he can sink it, he can ride it. This one probably be around 87, 88 miles per hour. 87. It was 88 last night. So it gives you different looks. It can make you cover the outside corner, get you out in front like he did with a breaking ball, and then zip it by you.
And 2 down. Michael Choice now. Choice has struck out twice, and he has hit a hard smash to Flaherty, who gloved and threw him out. And again to Ryan, who comes in to play the hop. And O'Day has a 3-up, 3-down inning. Nicely done by Darren. We're like at the bottom of the 8th. It's a Ryan Flaherty kind of a night, and an Orioles 6-4 lead. Drive of the game.
Yeah, 4-4 ball game, 3-1 count. Last 2 home runs by Ryan Flaherty off lefties. This one gives the Orioles the lead. Average major league speed off the bat at 77. He hits 101 and hits it out towards the flag court and Utah Street.
And breaks the tie in the drive of the game, brought to you by Lexus of Towson, the area's #1 Lexus dealer. Come see why at lexusoftowson.com.
So Ben Rowan comes on. We saw him the other night. Actually pitched pretty well. Only has allowed 1 run in 6 appearances, so maybe actually might drop his arm a little bit lower than Darren O'Day. Pretty good guy to emulate. So a chance with all the injuries to pitch at the major leagues. And we were telling you the other night, the amazing thing in the minor leagues for the Rangers, 19-5 with a 1.46 ERA. So he certainly has proved he can pitch it through the minor leagues and done a great job. And this year, a couple of saves and a low ERA, under 3 runs a game, 275 down at AAA Round Rock.
Here is Chris Davis to lead off against Rowan. The Orioles are 3 outs away, Jim, from a 4th win this year, coming from behind from at least 4 runs down. Inside 1-0 on Davis, who is 0 for 2 plus a walk.
Yeah, well, the walk was again instrumental. There were 3 walks back in the 6th, and the first 2 scored, and then by getting down to first base, Hardy came up with another base hit, and they added another run.
Yeah, there have now been 4 walks by Texas pitching in the last 2 innings after no walks for the first 5 innings. Line drive and a base hit for Chris Davis. He beats the shift by hitting it over the head of Elvis Andrus into right field. So a leadoff single for Chris Davis in the Oriole 8th. Oriole Park is the perfect setting for your next group outing. You can gather up your family and friends, your coworkers, and your colleagues and enjoy a fun-filled day or night of Orioles baseball with discounted ticket prices for groups as small as 15 fans and party facilities that fit up to 1,000. Oriole Park can make your group outing an experience you won't want to forget. So for all the details, Orioles.com/groups or call 888-848-BIRD. J.J. Hardy takes outside.
Oriole closer Zach Britton, tune-up inning of last night. So a couple of run lead, closing situation, save situation.
J.J. is 2 out of 3, including an RBI single. Chopper foul past Bobby Dickerson. Nice grab by Fan down there. One and one on Hardy with Davis at first and Scope on deck. Slow roller. Beltre has 1 play. It's at first and 1 down as Davis gets to second. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Orioles and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. Well, it has started raining here at Camden Yards. Orioles are 3 outs away from a win, batting here in the 8th. A lot of weather in the area, and it was chance of all night. The grounds crew is behind the tarpaulin. And it's outside 1-0. And we are going to have a stoppage in play. Jeff Nelson has called for the tarpaulin to come on the field.
Yeah, they don't want the field because, again, with all the radar now, the last thing they want to have happen, it's going to rain, but you don't want the field to become unplayable, or we got to spend hours or an hour or so getting it back into shape. So get the tarp on. Yes, it can be annoying, but this is what you got to do.
So the grounds crew doing its job to get that tarpaulin on the field as quickly as possible. And the Orioles with their 6-4 lead batting here in the 8th inning. But this will be an uplifting win if the Orioles can hang on and win it. You're down 4-0 early. Chris Tillman, who's been so good the last 4 starts, really didn't have his stuff tonight, but he kept them in the game. That's a really good job. And coming back, it would be the 4th time this year they've come back from 4-0 down, or at least 4 runs down, which is amazing.
Well, they certainly have the capabilities, and I think they're a very confident ball club. For a team that came into this homestand averaging a little over 3 runs a game, that's changed, right, especially here against the Rangers. 7 and 8 runs, 15 runs, only gave up 4. So again, Chris Tillman, not a great game, but you're right. It was kind of like you didn't have a lead, but it's kind of like a prevent defense in the NFL, where you don't want to you give them some runs or some points, but you don't want to give them a lot of them, and he was able to do that. And then the kid Miles Michaelis pitched very well for them, but he just had that one inning, the beginning of the 6th inning, walked a couple of guys, and then the Orioles got to the Jason Frazier in the bullpen, and all of a sudden you got yourself a lead. So now we just wait for it to stop raining, and it's already stopped a little bit. So they'll get the field, and there's Nicole, does a great job here. And so she's got all the things. It's not like the old days where you usually get down the end of the dugout, call BWI, and go,
hey,
when's it going to stop raining?
Yeah. Well, the other thing about this game is we've been talking quite a bit about home runs since the Orioles led the major leagues in home runs in the month of June, and they have certainly picked up here in the month of July. It's now 6 consecutive games with multi-home run games, and that is a weapon. The other team knows that. They know the Orioles are hot, and you can get yourself back in games. In this one, the Jones home run got him on the board, and then the Flaherty home run put him ahead.
Well, you're right, and you lose Manny Machado, and he's starting to play really well, hitting, and one of the great defenders. And then all of a sudden, who's going to play there? So on Monday night, Chris Davis goes from first over to third, and he made one throwing error, but the Orioles got a lot of runs. He played third base pretty well. Last night it was Flaherty. Tonight is Flaherty, who made some outstanding plays, and then he hits the home run to give them the lead. Lefty versus lefty. Ron Washington goes to the bullpen to match up. Neil Kotz gets behind him, and boom. See you later. So, and it's not, things don't happen at this level without the work, and you talked about it. They're out early.
Oh, yeah.
It's 90,
every day.
92, 93. You're working on little things because they turn the hourglass off. You're about halfway through the season, just a little bit more. And the Orioles are starting to play better. Everybody's talked about everywhere I go in Baltimore now. Everybody at the gym today, down at the Merit, they're going, hey, what about the Orioles? They should be better and whatever. Well, they're starting to maybe play a little bit better in concert. And when that happens, they're going to play some sweet music.
Well, and you made the point last night that this is about the time, July, you turn the calendar, July, where if you are a contender, those things will begin to happen. We've seen the starters pitch better. Now all of a sudden the offense is picking up. And the other thing about the offense, as we talked about in our open tonight, it's not just the guys that you expect. It's top to bottom. It's a balance, and it's guys coming off the bench and contributing, like Ryan Flaherty tonight playing because Machado's not here.
Well, it's not only that. I mean, you're Jonathan Scope is learning to play second base at a major league level. Marvelous defender. Great arm, great on relays, double plays. Did a Robinson Cano double play yesterday where he avoided the runner and threw it on the run. He started laughing. He said, "Don't compare me to Robinson Cano." I said, "No, I said fielding, not hitting." So anyway, and he just laughed at me. But the point is, he's learning at the big league level. Then you lost Matt Wieters, two-time Gold Glover, two-time All-Star. So you had to replace him. You got Nick Hundley. He's starting to play better. Has a 4-game hitting streak. Learning not only the American League, but also the things. You got Caleb Joseph, 3 home runs in his last 8 games. Really doing a nice job behind the plate. So, obviously you'd rather have Matt Wieters, but you don't have him. You're not going to have him until hopefully opening day next year. So you make the best of it. And the one thing about the Orioles, Buck Showalter doesn't allow them to mope or feel sorry for themselves. It's just not the way it is. So, things are where they are. They're playing a little bit better. If they win tonight, they'll have won 19 out of the last 31. Other teams are going the other way, with the exception of the Rays. But they got a 10-game head start on them. So just keep going. If you tread water, some teams behind you are going to catch. So it's good to see that they're finally playing better.
Well, we are in a rain delay here at Camden Yards, although at the moment it is not raining. Of course, they go on reports, and they must have had reports that a bad storm was coming, and the grounds crew's there. They're ready to take off the tarpaulin as soon as Jeff Nelson gives them the order. rain delay is about to end. Ben Rowan, who was on the mound, goes back to the mound. And the Orioles batting here in the bottom of the 8th, leading it 6-4. Have Chris Davis at second base and 1 down. And Jonathan Schoop is up with a count of 1-0. So Rowan was on the mound before the rain delay, and he comes back after the rain delay. And Darren O'Day pitched the 8th. Zach Britton was getting ready to pitch the 9th, and looks like he's about to do so again.
Well, it's still a 2-run lead. It's still a save situation. And what time did that rain delay start?
I don't recall. I know you've been quizzing me now for quite some time, but I didn't write down the time. We'll find out now. And there's Jonathan bouncing it to third. Beltre has it, and he throws out Schoop and 2 down. An hour and 38 minutes, more or less, ish.
So let's do some deductive subtraction. We come up with a while ago, probably about 10:20ish.
Yeah,
somewhere in there.
Let's see, 40, carry the 1. Yeah, whatever. So at first base open and Ryan Flaherty up, he'll be walked intentionally, so he'll go after Caleb Joseph. They'll get the righty-righty matchup. So you hit a home run to give your team the lead, you get respect, and you get walked.
Well, they thought they matched up the last time. It wasn't a. They brought Neil Kotz in, a left-hander, and he got behind Ryan Flaherty, 3-1, and he hit a home run, gave him the lead.
And we saw Zach Britton there. Caleb Joseph on deck. He'll bat next.
Well, if you're Ron Washington, you're going to pitch to the guy you think that you have a better chance of getting out. And you know the big difference between being down 6-4, 7-4 is the 2 runs versus 3 is huge. They know how difficult it is to get runners off on Zach Britton, but it's a lot easier to get one than having to get a couple of guys on and doesn't throw very many home runs. So Caleb Joseph trying to get onto the board for the first time. Hitless so far.
He came into the game with a 2-game hitting streak, batting .300 over his last 8 games. Struck out twice tonight and bounced into a double play. But again, the lower part of this lineup has been tremendous in this series. And it's a strike, and here's what he did last night. Went down and got it.
Yeah, a 3-1 pitch, looking for his pitch off of Nick Martinez, and 2-run shot, and gave the Orioles the early cushion, which certainly makes it a lot easier to pitch with if you're pitching well. There's a nice pitch down and away. So high strike, low strike.
Ben Rowan is the 4th pitcher. Miles Michaelis came up from AAA yesterday and made his first major league start tonight, his 28th big league appearance. No decision for him. And Caleb pops it up. Odor will call off Andrews, and the second baseman has it, and the inning ends. So we're through 8. Zach Britton will come on and look for the save. Birds are 3 outs away from a win. Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. And by Coons. When you're talking cars, you're talking Coons. Well, light rain has started again here at Camden Yards. This game 3 outs away from completion. Zach Britton comes on.
He comes on. He's been marvelous. Really the one glitch, that was the Friday night game up in New York where he ended up giving up 4 runs after he had given up 1 in 21 innings, 3 in 37. In fact, in 1 inning, gave up more runs than he'd given up all year in 37 and a third innings. So sinker baller. They have put the ball in play 97 times this year, and 86 of them on the ground. So, in the top of the lineup, you can see Chu already. He will try to get on base. I mean, I think with Beltre hitting 4th, somebody on, he'll come to the plate.
First ball swinging and a pop up to Scope.
And that's their mission. And there's 1 out.
There's 1 out. David Lowe comes on. He'll take over for Steve Pearson left. Defensive change.
You got to be very careful with Elvis Andrus that he may push a bunt.
Two-run game. Orioles trailed 4-0 heading to the bottom of the 3rd. Got 1 back in the 4th on the Jones home run, 3 in the 6th to tie, and 2 in the 7th. And Zach misses down and away, 1-0. Brad Brock is the pitcher of record on the winning side, and Neil Cott's the pitcher of record on the losing side. Good sinker there.
Yep. Doesn't throw too many bad ones. 93 into 96. Ball sinks.
There's Michaelis, the starter, on the right.
And Zach got a tune-up inning last night. Actually got the last out on a good slider. Doesn't throw many. But again, this has been kind of, there's you get a called strike. I think Zach Britton was thinking either he had the bottom of the strike zone or maybe he swung. So the count goes from 2-1 to 1-2. Huge difference for the pitcher.
Andrews has reached twice tonight. A walk and a catcher's interference. And he got him. Wow. Down on strikes goes Andrews. Boy, did that ball explode. 2 men down.
Well, he did simplified it in spring training. He got healthy. The whole offseason program. 3 years ago, 11-game winner as a starter. With all kinds of physical problems. And then you start thinking about things. Healthy, Dom Cheedy and Dave Wallace. Hey, what does it take to sink it? And that's what he's done all year long.
Adam Rosales comes off the bench to pinch hit for Pena to get a right-handed bat up there. His job is to get on so you get Beltre up as the tying run. And a swing and a miss. Rosales started in the game last night. He had a 2-run double in his first at-bat, 1 out of 4 overall. And a little bit low, 1-1.
And when Britton's on his game, as we approach
tomorrow,
the midnight hour, remember that happens every spring. Ray Milland, professor that put something on the ball that was allergic to wood. That's the way he can pitch. I mean, look at that. They kind of know what's coming. He very rarely throws a slider. I mean, a little different here with 2 strikes because you have to protect, but he knows it's going to be hard. Bottom drop shot. Not a whole lot you can do with that sinker.
Just did get a piece to stay alive. Checking his bat to make sure.
Well, we saw him. His base hit last night was right over the first base banker, just inside it. Kind of like the Beltre double off of Chris Tillman earlier in the game. There is Chris sitting next to Ubaldo Jimenez.
Struck him out, and the ball game is over. And the Orioles have made it 3 consecutive wins, and this one in style, coming back from 4-0 down to pick up the victory. Orioles win at 6-4. Ryan Flaherty, a huge night. Chris Tillman pitches to a no decision. And the Orioles have at least clinched the series, have a chance for a 4-game sweep tomorrow.